Good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's meeting of the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry. Today being Wednesday, December 6th. Madam Clerk, the resolution to call the meeting to order, please.
It's moved by Councillor Broad, seconded by Councillor St. Pierre, that the special meeting of the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry be hereby called to order.
All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. Madam Clerk, the agenda resolution, please.
It's moved by Councillor St. Pierre, seconded by Councillor Broad, that Council approve the agenda.
All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. Any disclosures of pecuniary interests and general nature thereof? Seeing none. And at this point, I'm going to ask Madam CAO to provide some information before we move on to number 4. Madam CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Good morning, everyone. So we have a series of presentations planned by county departments. We'll kick off the process with our treasurer, Ms. Rebecca Russell, to come up and do a presentation. I wanted to maybe just put a bit of framework out for council as you're going through the budget process. I will have an update from the City of Cornwall with respect to shared services budget. So we had a joint liaison meeting a couple of weeks ago, but there's been some significant reductions to those budget numbers since then. So that is something I'll provide an update to council when we get to that portion of the budget. I would also recommend some of the requests that we have for outside organizations. I would like to suggest to council we could consider moving that towards the latter part of the agenda after council's had an opportunity to see the budget document in its entirety. And then perhaps if there's any additional information that's required or if they'd like to make those decisions, I'm just proposing we deal with it at that point in time. Another item that I just wanted to briefly mention, and we'll get into it when we start to look at capital and transportation. The county has a lot of what I would deem to be mega projects that are coming down the road, no pun intended, between County Road 22, Main Street, Alexandria. We've talked about roundabouts in certain areas of the counties. And I think what we'd like to mention to council is at some point in time it might be worthwhile to start to set aside a little bit of money into a reserve for specifically as a contribution for these larger road projects, because we're not going to be able to fund them always directly from the tax base from one budget to the next. So those are just a couple of high-level items. Managers and directors are here today. They should be able to answer your questions, hopefully. And with that, Mr. Warden, if there aren't any questions for me initially, then I think we could ask Rebecca to come up.
Thank you, Madam CEO. Any questions for the CAO before we move on? See none. So we'll start and we'll have Ms. Russell come forward and she will lead us through the discussion and presentations.
Okay, can everybody hear me okay? Good morning, everybody. So I'm just going to start off with going over some key components of the budget. Oh, I went too fast there. So the 2024 budget was quite challenging, but I'd like to start the meeting by thanking all the directors, staff, and managers for all their hard work in getting this budget developed. It was quite a team effort, and it couldn't have been done without everybody's collaboration, so it was a really great effort on everybody. And I also want to thank Todd for putting together such a great budget document. I didn't want that to go unnoticed. He took all of our numbers and put them together in a really great document, so I just wanted to say thanks. So as we're going through the budget, I wanted to point out a few key factors on what the 2024 draft budget entails. So a 1% levy is equal to $557,000. The current draft budget proposes a 5.49% tax increase, which is $73.87 based on an average CVA of $220,459. The current value assessment is still based on the 2020 assessment values, and $100,000 in assessment equals $644.26. So as mentioned in the previous slide, the draft budget includes a 5.49% increase in the county tax rate for a residential property. The increase adds $3,644,000 in additional tax revenue over 2023. Assessment increases continue to be based on growth and changes through supplementals and emissions, and changes in property classes, if there's any changes from one class to another. Services delivered by external agencies include Eastern Ontario Health Unit, City of Cornwall for shared services, Glen Stordon Lodge, and OPP for the policing contract. I have outlined by service area in the slide the changes over the prior year that make up the increase of the $3.6 million. Any changes throughout the budget process and discussions will change the numbers that are presented. So the residential property class is the largest assessment class, making up 74% of the tax revenue, followed by farm and managed forest, and then commercial. Tax ratios determine the weighted assessment. For example, the residential ratio is always equal to 1. Farm and managed forest is 0.25, and commercial is 1.63. Assessments continue to be based on the 2016 phase-in period. I'm hopeful that hopefully in 2025 there'll be updates to the assessment process. However, at this time it's really unknown what that process will be or when it will occur. So I wanted to provide an overview of the revenue from taxation over the last 5 years. In the past, our increases have traditionally been below the annual consumer price index. In 2021, we reduced our tax rate by 0.74, recognizing the volatility of the economy and the impact COVID-19 had on our communities. The years following the budget process resulted in small increases, however, they were still below CPI. The 2024 draft budget includes a tax rate increase of 5.49% to support the services the county provides. Okay, so where the money comes from. The Municipal Act requires a balanced budget. The main source of revenue, again, is from taxation. The remainder of the 2024 budget is funded by fees and fines, reserves, and funding from sources such as Canada Community Building Fund, formerly gas tax, OSIF funding, OMPF. We do apply for other sources of funding throughout the year, such as Canada Summer Jobs, Summer Experience Program, if other funding comes available through RED program, those types of things, and we're normally quite successful in receiving additional funding. So the cost of providing services for 2024 is summarized by service area. The largest cost is the Transportation Department at 51%, followed by Health and Social Services, General Government, and Policing. This year, General Government is demonstrated to be a bit higher than previous years. This is due to the anticipation of funding the Maxville and Dundas Manors in 2024. So the overall draft budget for 2024 is $86 million. So that's just the preliminary opening. Next, I do believe if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer, but then we will go through the process of the table of contents like Maureen had mentioned. So it would be Kim to start talking about the council and corporate services budgets. So do we have any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Russell. Questions? Seeing none.
All right, through you, Mr. Chair, I'll kick us off here this morning. If I can turn your attention to page 15 of your budget package, you'll see the draft 2024 council budget. I'll just provide a brief overview of this budget's highlights. Looking at revenue here, we do see that transfer from reserves that Rebecca spoke to, $6.5 million for the Dundas Manor and Maxville Manor redevelopment projects. Moving into expenses, council wages and benefits. This includes annual council honorariums and per diem amounts. Council meetings and conferences, this has increased slightly due to an increase in costs and more in-person participation. Council supplies and equipment, this includes the annual eScribe, e-agenda fee, and $1,000 for miscellaneous equipment repairs and costs. Council memberships, this includes association membership costs for AMO, EOWC, the Municipal Employee Pension Committee, and the Local Authority Service. Council functions and banquet. So the annual budget for the Warden's Banquet, we have increased it this year to $15,000. In the past, this has been typically a break-even event here at the county, but we are proposing that revenue for the event could be, any ticket sales could be donated to a local charity of the Warden's choice. So it's kind of transitioning this banquet event into a local charity fundraiser. Moving into council projects, we've put just over $52,000 in the budget. This would include $15,000 for the Ad Hoc Rural Education Committee as per the committee's terms of reference, $20,000 for the completion of council chamber improvements such as soundproofing, wireless microphones for the staff table, etc. Also an amount to purchase pipe and drape, which can be used at local SDG events and also loaned out to our local municipalities. Council grants and donations, you'll note that $6.5 million here is reflected for the manor redevelopment projects, and the following council donations have been included in the draft budget. County fairs, $18,000, so that's $3,000 each. Habitat for Humanity, $1,000. The St. Lawrence River Institute, $15,000, and a miscellaneous amount of $1,000. The typical $120,000 amount for the Mobile Crisis Response Unit, the RM program with the OPP, has been transitioned to the police budget as a line item there. Like Maureen had just said, additional donation requests are noted on page 17 of the package, and we are recommending that you wait until the end of the budget deliberations to discuss any additional donations. We do have $30,000 currently in the council donation reserve that could be used to offset additional donation amounts. And then finally, the committee item line, these are for various costs for the county's Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee. This committee has become more active in the past year. We have a new group of members. They're meeting more, they're more involved locally, so there is a small increase there. So overall, we do have a decrease of just over $65,000 for this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Questions, thoughts? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next. Ms. Russell.
All right, it's me again. I'll draw your attention now to page 18 of the budget package. This is the 2024 draft corporate services budget, so I'll just review a few of the highlights. Looking at the wages and benefits, this amount has increased. This is the biggest amount within this budget that's increased. It's based on the county's CPI policy and the inclusion of a full year's salary and benefits for the manager of human resources. We've added the function of human resources to the department, and that's reflected in the budget this year. Meetings and conferences, this includes amounts for conferences, training, mileage, various membership fees for departmental staff, and we have increased this due to increased participation here within the department and an overall increase that we're seeing with these costs. 911 service, this is an annual amount for 911 answering services, which also includes service for the City of Cornwall. We do invoice them for this. This amount increases annually by CPI and also by a population adjustment. Health and safety, this amount covers the cost of the training platform, which administers health and safety training for new staff, summer students, seasonal staff. This budget also includes staff-wide training modules, required Joint Health and Safety Committee member certification training, and the continuation of the county's hearing conservation program. There's a slight increase in this budget for 2024, largely due to the requirement that we need to certify 2 new Joint Health and Safety Committee members. Emergency preparedness, this budget covers training, exercises, and meeting requirements, as well as EOC telecommunication systems. We do see an increase here in 2024 due to an amount for a rapid response communication application that we would like to move forward with, and also additional training for our CEMC and alternate CEMC roles. The project line item, this budget includes an amount for an EOWC intern, $3,000, $4,100 for an HR self-assessment tool, which can be shared with local municipalities, $4,500 for a performance management module for the county's HRIS system, $5,000 for records management SharePoint maintenance, and $15,000 for 2 new workstations within corporate services as a result of the new office build on the 3rd floor. We do have an option here within this budget. Council could choose to add an additional $33,000 if they'd like to proceed with an additional phase of the SDG Historic Plaque project. And I will note, in discussion with the treasurer, there will be an addition of $15,000 to this budget. This would be added for our local agreement with the City of Cornwall for hazardous material training that they provide to our local fire departments across SDG. And that's it for that budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. There was a point raised about, and I'm not sure if you want to get into that discussion now, about the additions. Any thoughts? $33,000 for the historic plaque, and then it was $15,000 for the hazmat training, I think is, in essence, what it was discussed. I have a look. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I don't think it's the year to be adding things to a budget, so I think my preference is to not add those in.
I see agreement throughout the room. Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving on then, I'll draw your attention to page 24 now. This is the annual draft budget for police services. This budget was reviewed by the Police Services Board on October 25th and is being recommended by the board for council approval. So looking at the revenue, we do see standard items within the annual budget. Provincial funding, that's that additional victim services grant that the OPP was successful in securing. The alarm program, the false alarm program here at the county, it's on a 3-year cycle and we're moving into year 1 of the program, so we will see registration revenue increase this year. Down into expenses, you'll see an amount for the alarm registration program in general. This budget reflects wages, benefits, equipment, office supplies, advertising, and postage. The OPP contract, that's the bulk of this budget. We did receive contract costs, the billing statement at the end of September. It's included in your digital package. Contract costs year over year are increasing slightly by just over $41,000, but we are still quite lower in terms of our contract costs than in years past. For example, in 2023, there was a decrease overall in contract costs of just over $230,000. There is a 2022 cost reconciliation included in the billing package, which will be applied to 2023, so it won't affect the 2024 budget. The RIDE program victim services items, these are grant amounts included in the budget that the OPP receives annually. The mobile crisis response team, that's that $120,000 that typically lives in the council donations budget. We've moved it over to the police budget as a standard line item within that. And there's also an additional $9,000 included in that amount, and that's stemming from an enhancement grant that the OPP has secured for that program. Police Services Board expenses, this includes typical board wages, mileage, meetings, conferences, and office supplies. Memberships, legal and audit fees, these are standard for the OAPSB membership and audit fees. Community initiatives, we've included the standard $10,000 amount for 2024. We have put in a $63,000 surplus to this budget to reduce overall costs for 2024. Thank you.
Questions, comments? Seeing none. The next presentation.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm just going to scroll back up here. So I'm going to go through planning, economic development, and tourism. We'll start with planning. Generally, it's a status quo budget, mostly continuing projects that were also already completed in the, or started in the previous year. Overall spending's down by about $108,000. There's a floodplain study that started in 2023, and this is a two-part previously approved by council, so this is the second year of funding. Development charges study and growth study, those amounts are to complete and finish off the study. We're just waiting on some provincial changes for that growth study to go to the final phase. In terms of new projects, we have the SDG, some of the natural heritage study implementation. So we've proposed a grant for wetland mapping with South Nation, Raisin Region Conservation Authority, and a Wildlife Habitat Canada grant. So if you look at the wetland mapping that exists right now, it's quite old and outdated, the provincial one. If you look at Morrisburg, actually the entire village shows up as a wetland. Ingleside, half of the community shows up as wetland. So South Nation had already done this in Prescott Russell. They took all those map wetlands that were done all across the entire counties and did analysis to say which are the real wetlands, and this has changed years ago. The real benefit is for that is going to be for landowners. What's going to happen is the conservation authorities are going to be required to start to regulate all wetlands and not just the provincially significant ones. So if we are still using that old mapping, then there's going to be a lot of people that are caught up in wetlands that don't exist, and ideally, hopefully, they don't have to go out to do studies and find out there was nothing there in the first place. So this was done in Alfred, Plantagenet, and Prescott Russell very successfully and implemented by that municipality. So through this grant program, we would put this into the official plan and zoning bylaws as well. So that's the planning proposed budget.
Thank you. Questions, comments, thoughts? And we'll move on to economic development.
Thank you, Warden. So economic development as well, generally status quo. We'll get to the new project at the end. We did propose for the budget options, looking at increasing the regional incentives program, especially because it's been fully subscribed pretty much every year. And we would continue to carry over any projects that were canceled and put that back into the fund so it could be spent on new projects. Members of the committee will know that even the first one or two intakes already, a lot of the money is being spent. However, just given some of the other projects and budget pressures, at this time we're proposing just to keep the $250,000 the way it is in 2023. So the other new project is the Business Retention and Expansion Plan. So that's been something that's been discussed for some time and was implemented by several municipalities previously in 2019. So it's an economic development plan and includes a major survey of basically hundreds of businesses. Asks the same question to get understanding of their priorities, get statistically significant results that can be used to give both the local municipalities and at the county level an idea of business needs and priorities. And we would be looking to feed those results into both the review of the community improvement plan, the regional incentives plan, as well as the economic development strategic plan, as we look at what's the role of the counties and the local municipalities, economic developers, and kind of who does what, and what should the priorities be for economic development over the next 5 to 10 years as our current strat plan is coming to an end. So the funding here includes 50% funding through the Rural Economic Development Fund, and the total includes both the strategic plan review and the actual survey itself. And the idea is that there's a few specialized firms that will do this, so it's not the local EDOs having to call all the businesses up. It would just be send the business lists and kind of go through a random survey of those, and then make sure to select all the industrial businesses out of that, as that's one of the priorities. So I've been involved in one of these before in South Stormont, and it was a great tool that we used to kind of figure out how we prioritize the actions of council and what we want to move forward on. And we did that as a partnership as well with 2 other municipalities. So we're proposing to update that in the 2024 budget, and that would be paid through the levy and a grant.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Just in regards to the business retention, I'm 100% against it. North Glengarry, we're in the middle of an economic development master plan, and we don't feel that it's necessary for us. If we're looking at a business retention and expansion, I could probably save us $85,000 and say the two biggest answers that are going to come out of it are workforce and housing. We know that. So I'm not in favor of us moving forward with this. I don't know that the buy-in is there at the lower level of every municipality from what I've heard. So I'm not in favor with moving forward with that. Thank you.
Thank you for your thoughts. Councillor Lang, then Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, through you. I'm going to go along with Councillor McDonald that I think we did in 2019, did we not? So it hasn't been that long ago. I know we lost 3 years of our lives there with COVID, but I'd rather save the $85,000, put it somewhere else.
Thank you for your thought. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Warden. It's the same as Councillor Lang.
Thank you. Councillor Densham.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Yeah, I feel the same way. In fact, North Stormont right now are really not in a position, not having an EDO in place. If we're going to do this, I'd rather have an EDO in place so that we're properly represented at some point in the future, potentially.
Thank you. Other thoughts, hands? Okay, I'm going to take a quick look around to see who's in support of the thoughts that have been expressed. Fair enough.
So then, oh, sorry, Warren.
I'm sorry.
And that to tourism.
Yes, on to tourism, please. Thank you.
So the next budget is tourism. There's a couple new projects in here, and these have come to council before as well. So one of the ones is doing now a joint visitor guide with the City of Cornwall. So you'll see some differences in some of the expenses and revenues, and that's because the county is paying this amount up front and then billing the city for their share of the project. So we're well underway to get that started in the new year. So the budget's been adjusted to reflect that. There's also another a joint tourism strategic plan that's in partnership with the City of Cornwall, as well as a tourism grant from the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Sport. And in terms of options, we had an option of doing an additional $20,000 to visitor services for mobile visitor services setup, such as tents, pop-ups, displays, and tables, and doing an update of those. As well, there was a separate letter sent to council for the Glengarry Highland Games. So currently there's a $5,000 sponsorship. The proposal is to increase that to $10,000 based on supporting the 75th anniversary of the Highland Games. So that's not currently in the budget, those two items, but that could be added as well.
Thank you, Mr. Young. So now we've had some thoughts and options, and I'm going to look at Councillor McDonald to see how he feels about, or Councillor Williams, on the options, including the Highland Games.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Is the the upgrade to the bathroom in this budget?
It's in the building budget, so it'd be separate.
Okay, so it's coming. It's coming
yeah,
up.
It'll be coming up through Mike's budget. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's what I was going to speak to. I thought it was in this budget. Is it coming up next? Sorry,
I think it's near
whose
the
budget
end.
is it?
It's the building budget and transportation.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure when it's.
I just want to speak to the Glengarry Highland Games ask of an additional 5. I personally, I would support that, given that this is the 75th anniversary, and it's going to be a big celebration, and they want to pull it off, you know, in a fanfare sort of way, and I think it would be good. It would just be a one-time deal. It's $5,000. It's not a big it's not a big amount, but it does demonstrate our support of this very large and popular festival. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Gaindel.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Through you, I have no problem supporting that 5,000. Just a question: would it come from the council donation reserve, that 30,000 that we have set aside?
Madam Clerk.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, no, it would come from the tourism budget, the sponsorship budget within the tourism department.
Just to increase our existing sponsorship budget.
Do I see a nod of heads in support of Councillor Williams and Councillor Gaindel's thoughts? I think I see a majority nod of heads to support that. Is there anything else for tourism, or anything else at all, Mr. Young?
No, it's library's turn.
And you're not the library.
No. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Luck.
There we go. I would like to start off by highlighting some key accomplishments that took place in 2023. Namely, we hired a communications and marketing coordinator, which right now is currently as a temporary contract position. We implemented a new SDG library website. We participated in 14 pop-up events during the summer of 2023, and also 4 holiday events during this fall/winter. We hosted the SDG Reads, which had previously been on hiatus since 2019. We bought out the contract for the mobile outreach vehicle, which is our Kia van. We launched the Morewood Express Depot. South Mountain was outfitted with a wish list of items through a generous donation by the Friends of the Library Group. New shelving was received in Williamstown branch. New circulation desks were received in Williamstown, Avonmore, and South Mountain branches. We improved the collections through an increase to the 2023 budget, and 2023 saw 1,957 new registrations. So presented here is SDG Library's revenues for the 2024 calendar year. You'll note that the provincial operating grant currently shows as $0 in the revenue column for 2023. The grant typically comes in at the end of the fiscal year and has historically always been valued at $131,761. In like manner, the provincial capacity grant also currently shows as $0 in the revenue column for 2023. This grant is for postage reimbursement for incoming and outgoing interlibrary loan packages. This grant will also be distributed at the end of the fiscal year, and that's distributed from OLS. A total of $176,200 is to be used from library surplus to offset specific expenses in the 2024 budget. Presented here is SDG Library's expenses for the 2024 calendar year. It was reviewed in draft on October 26th with the Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry County Library Board, and subsequently reviewed and approved on November 23rd. The SDG Library's budget is primarily a service delivery, in which wages, benefits, and training represents approximately 62% of our expenses. The Communications and Marketing Coordinator position has been budgeted to be a full-time position in 2024. As part of the 2024 budget, we are proposing an increase of $33,179 in wages and benefits to provide the library system with an additional 1,170 hours of staffing time to be distributed among branches to help alleviate after-dark safety concerns. Safety in public spaces, including libraries, has always been a concern, but may be more keenly felt in light of certain recent events. A productive and effective library is one in which its staff and patrons feel secure. A few years ago, a security panic alarm was distributed for staff to wear around their neck. In case of an emergency, staff have the option to press the panic alarm, which then notifies the local police. Although it serves as an effective tool on paper, it falls short within the branches due primarily to delayed first emergency response time. The intent of the after dark double staffing is to further act on our commitment to staff and patron safety. Although not spending as much in 2024 as compared to 2023, Chesterville is set to acquire new shelving, tables, pack stations, and a circulation desk. Again, their overall line item amount decreased for computer expenses, but the library intends to purchase 5 new iPads, and the existing branch iPads are to be retrofitted to allow for Square to be implemented in all 15 branches. Square will allow patrons to use debit instead of cash, eliminating one more barrier for some individuals. SDG Library is known for their amazing programs that target multiple audiences. Programs are to include a March break event, volunteer appreciation, children's author, TD Summer Reading Club, SDG Reads, branch programming, and system-wide programming. As part of the beautification and marketing campaign, the SDG Library intends to update the appearance of the current SDG Library drop-off bins at 3 branch locations. This will include the new SDG Library branding. Additionally, new updated library signage is anticipated at Alexandria and Long Sault branches. To conclude, the 2024 SDG Library budget sees a 5% increase from the 2023 budget. The increase seen in the 2024 budget is primarily to account for the annual adjustment in wages and benefits. We have balanced for this adjustment by setting appropriate targets across the other items. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Luck. Questions, comments, thoughts? Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Are we saying, just so I can be clear, we have an additional 132,000, 135,000 that's from a surplus from 2023 available? I'm looking in budget options. It says use additional surplus from 2023.
That's correct. So we'll be using, I'm not sure exactly, sorry, the number that you had said, but we'll be using $176,200 from surplus for this year to offset expenses.
Okay, and was there more of a surplus?
There's more of a surplus that we currently hold, correct?
Okay, so just because we obviously have to fund the library, so I would like to see us use the entire surplus to offset any budget increases at the library. I also just want to, and I always seem to be on the losing side of this, but the after dark with having extra staff on at the same time, there are hundreds of businesses in our communities that are more vulnerable at night, that people work alone, like convenience stores, all these kinds of businesses. We have something in place with the panic button, and I think that's sufficient. I don't see a library as a hotbed of places that people are going to go to rob us or to cause disturbances, and perhaps we've had issues in the past that I'm not unaware of, but I just want to again state that I'm not in favor of that. But I would, going back to, I'd like us to use the additional surpluses.
Ms. Luck, do you have thoughts on that?
Through you, Mr. Warden, I caution against using the entirety of the surplus, as if I can just pull up perhaps the expenses. As you can see, it's really just the staffing component that is driving the budget. Every capital project is in a decrease for the most part. You can see this column, like everything's been cut except for primarily staffing. If you're to use all your surplus this year, you'll have a 0% increase, but at the same time next year, you'll be looking at, 12, 15% So looking towards the future, I'd just caution.
Thank you, Ms. Luck. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you again, Mr. Warden. Thanks for that explanation. The libraries are are funded 100% by taxpayers' dollars, and the surplus is taxpayers' dollars that's sitting there. Whether we use it this year or we use it in the future, that is taxpayers' dollars. So if we have an increase of 10% next year, we need to fund that anyways. So the fact that we're sitting here with a higher increase and more pressures this year, I think that we should use every tool that's available to us until we get the provincial government comes back with allowing impact assessments again and to alleviate some of the pressure that's on us at this point. Thank you.
Thank you for your thoughts on that, and I don't tend to disagree. I just have a question for Ms. Luck. Would, to Councillor McDonald's thought, would it use the entirety of the surplus to get to zero, or would there some monies left if you got to zero?
Through you, Mr. Warden, so if we're using 176,200, and then we're also an increase of 103,000, and Ms. Russell would be a better judge of knowing how much we have in surplus, but I believe that we would have adequate amount of surplus set aside.
So at the year end 2023, it's anticipated we have a surplus of 392,000 in the library surplus, and then proposed to use 176,200. Should we use the 132,135 to bring the net change to zero, we would still have a balance in the surplus account of almost $84,000.
Thank you, and I think I hope that answers some of your questions, Councillor McDonald. I see Councillor Williams, Councillor Densham, and then Councillor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Yes, I would support using the surplus, rather than, those are taxpayers' dollars that we need to use them, not sit on them. And I just have a question about the reserve for the libraries. What is the reserve balance currently at? I see there's another 20,000 going into it.
Through you, Mr. Warden, actually, I'll let Ms. Russell respond. We had calculated the amount of reserves set aside based on the different categories, and I believe it was it 80,000?
I'm just going to calculate. Just over $81,000 in reserves that are dedicated to mobile services, furniture, and equipment.
81,000.
Okay, yeah, so additionally, we have some reserves there, so that's good, and I think another reason not to use the surplus. And my mistake, I guess the 20,000, pardon me, went in last year's budget, not this year's, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Densham.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Yeah, same thought occurred as Councillor McDonald. I agree. If it's a surplus, it means we had it, we didn't spend it. Why are we holding on to it? Again, if there was justification in terms of a plan for putting it aside for expected capital expenses in the future, then I would have expected to see a transfer to reserves in there. But again, if it's taxpayers' money, I think given the fact that we don't have a specific plan, and it's going to be a tight year, I think we're better to do that. And again, I also agree with his comments on part-time. Again, a big supporter of safety, but again, from my perspective, there are a lot of businesses already that are, have work late, have to come home late at night, and they're on their own. They have to lock up. They probably have big deposits in their hands, probably more tempting targets potentially. So from my perspective, it is kind of, given the year, it's a big cost. So I would prefer not to go that direction at this time.
Thank you for your thoughts. And then Councillor Lang, and then Councillor Bergeron.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, through you. Yeah, I'm just in agreement, and I'm, I'm not against going with a lower budget than last, like use the whole 132, and we'll be, you know, 30,000 less than last year, you know. There's nothing wrong with dropping it if we have that money available. So I'd like to use the surplus. There's 81,000 in reserves if something should happen that they need a little extra money. So I think I'm good with that.
Thank you for your thoughts. Councillor Bergeron, then Councillor
Yes,
McGillis.
through you, Warren. I would like to know for part-time wages, that $121,000, which is above last year's budget, is that strictly for the after-dark double safety people? Or do you know what amount is for the evening?
Through you, Mr. Warden. So I believe that you're referencing this line item here, if I'm not mistaken, the part-time wages and
Yes.
benefits. That is actually a carryover from an error that was found in the 2023 budget, in which programming hours were used, however, they weren't budgeted for. And that's why we see here such a drastic change in the 2024 budget. To get to your second point with regards to the double staffing hours, it accounts for $33,000, not 121. So it's 33,000 of that 121 is allocated towards double staffing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McGillis.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I think it makes a lot of sense what I heard here regarding the reserves. I think I would do the same thing. Reserves are there for a reason. I think if we use the reserves and we're not, and those reserves are not used for any, or allocated for any other capital costs, we could use them and there'd still be money left in there. How much money in total would be left in the reserves in the event that we do?
I don't, sorry to interrupt you, but are you sure you want to talk about reserves or surplus?
I'm talking about the what the money's in the surplus. Where
The surplus,
reserves.
okay.
Yeah. Right. How much money would be left in that surplus? It was 84, is that what they said? Okay. So, you know, that's a good amount of money that we can could be there to be used for other things, right? If I'm not mistaken.
I'll keep it short because I think we're going to say similar things. It will result, and it was a good caution, that next year will be high. So if we do bring this to zero, do anticipate a near 10% increase in this budget next year because the surplus monies won't be there. It seems there's general will around council to bring that money out of surplus in a much more assertive manner, we'll say, than the library board had anticipated. Would there be any interest in bringing that number down from 5 to not 0, or like, because there is an option to pull some more out, but not all of it. So to bring that 5% ask down to say 2%, but it seems from the present conversation, it's to bring it to 0. We're just trying to hold, because we had that conversation and we can take more out, but if we take more out this year, it just makes a bigger bump next year, because it's either the budget's going to go up a lot more in 2025, or we're talking human resources, then it's employees to decrease the budget, because it is mostly that, just to prepare you for 2025 then.
Thank you, Warden. Through you, on the $33,000 expenditure, $33,000, that's for the part-time staff. Maybe Ms. Lucky could explain that that was not for all branches in all situations. This was a extensive study you had done based on location and potentials. Maybe you could expand on that a little bit, please.
Absolutely. Through you, Mr. Warden, the double staffing hours were going to be allocated to branches that were in secluded areas. If you can picture, for example, Williamsburg, it doesn't have any amenities attached. Many of our libraries have a fire hall or a secondary service that's attached to them, a doctor's office, an arena, as I said, a fire hall, but some of our library branches are secluded from the road. There's no residential buildings adjacent, nor are there any amenities attached either. They have poor lighting, and they're really just on their own. And so these double staffing hours would be strictly used for those branches from the months of, say, October to March, when it's dark and you have staff who fear for their safety. And again, some of our staff will be on a call with their significant other to just have them on speed dial or at the call and ready if such a case were to occur. And it's just one of these initiatives that we have identified a safety concern, and I think it's our duty to act appropriately to the safety concern. And I don't disagree that there are other amenities and stores and services that are single-staffed and that have these same safety concerns. I'm not debating that. I'm just saying that we have identified the problem and we would like to act on it as representatives of the county.
Councillor Landry and then Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Warden. In regards to the, well, I'll start with regards to the 33,000 allocated for the evening doubling up. So there was good discussion at the table, and I was one that basically was kind of, because I seen exactly what's being brought up here. There's businesses that are, but the consensus, I think, around the table, and I'll support my fellow board members, that we did recognize that there was an issue, and that's where, so you could get private businesses that would actually do the same thing, and you're seeing it more and more in regards to the health and safety and so on. So with that part, I will support the group and basically back what was discussed at the, or consensus at the board, at our board meeting. Now, in regards to, in regard to surplus. So again, I see it, so we were sort of dealing as if we were an individual organization, look after your own thoughts and seeing, okay, we got to kind of protect our interest over year after year. I understand what Councillor McDonald brought up in the fact that we're one big, so it is all public funds. Next year, in regards to Councillor McDonald, when you look at the surplus of 10, it's still at the end of the day. So I understand that it's all public money, and if we do have the surplus, I see both sides, so I'm prepared to go with the consensus of this room today for the surplus. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landry. Councillor McDonald and Councillor Gaindo.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And again, I'm not, I don't want to be that person that says that there isn't an issue, but is it a perceived risk or is it an actual risk? Because I'd rather spend $33,000 on putting lighting in and be done with it, as opposed to paying for what is a perceived risk. Have we had threats before? Have we had issues with people waiting for staff to come out? That's my question, is perceived or actual?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Warden, there have been none at the level in which you're describing. There have been secluded incidents, not particularly at a given, like one specific time, but one staff member locked herself in the bathroom because a patron was trying to physically assault them. And, they had their panic alarm, they had their phone. Again, one staff member went home one night with their husband on the phone just because they had a patron who was kind of lurking about. It's isolated incidents. So to your point, it's a bit of a combination. It is a perceived risk because it's been identified that not all patrons who use the library are sometimes of sound mind, to put it gently. So a lot of patrons deal with health concerns and mental health issues.
And I hate to weigh in on this, but I do recall that there was an incident at one of our public libraries, Councillor McDonald, where there's almost, I believe, a trespass was placed against him because of the continued presence in the library and abusive to staff and anyone that was in the building. So it does happen, and being from a safety mindset, my other workplace and being involved in safety and the identification, if something's been identified, it's hard to refute a person's perceptions. And whenever they feel that they're in a dangerous situation, that something is perceived to be unsafe, things in that process do have the opportunity to escalate and then to be moved up the ladder, up the chain outside of this organization, to have other people weigh in and decide what the level of risk is. And whenever that takes place, then it's out of our hands to control the level of risk. And so just bear those things in mind. And I think that was good information that was asked of by Councillor Broad to find out what the impact of the budget is whenever we're considering that reducing that surplus to zero. That might be one of the thoughts you want to hold to. Yeah, reducing the surplus to zero, not the increase to zero. Councillor Gaindow, Councillor Densham, Councillor Bergeron.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Through you, I'm agreeable to staff's request for the extra $33,000. I think it's a minimal amount that could provide, alleviate some concern. So I'm agreeable to that. And then I just wanted to note that I'm agreeable to Councillor Jamie McDonald's comment with respect to using that surplus to reduce the increase down to zero. I appreciate Councillor Lachlan McDonald's comments about it could increase the budget for next year, but I think there's still some additional surplus left over, even when we use this year's amount to reduce it to zero, then that can offset partially any increase for the 2025 budget.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Densham.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And just on the safety item, when we talk about safety for staff, it's extremely important, but my mind also goes to the patrons. And I wonder whether or not, if the branch is not in an optimal place, and I know this is a big topic and probably needs to be taken back, but if the branch is in a vulnerable location, whether or not it's time to start thinking about whether or not it's the best location for the branch. Perhaps looking at some place that is next to another business or is someplace where not only the staff but also the clientele can feel a little bit more protected. That might be a good discussion to have with the library committee. If this is a short-term fix, I think I'm okay to look at it that way, but I would prefer to find a long-term solution for this.
Thank you for your thoughts, and Councillor Bergeron.
Okay, just listening to the thoughts on the surplus and Lachlan McDonald's comments, we don't have to bring it down to zero. We could suggest to bring it down to half, use the surplus to reduce the increase by half or some percentage. That's an option.
It certainly is. Councillor Lang, then Councillor St. Pierre, then I'd like to get that done there, and then I'm going to try to formulate something along the line of an amalgam of what's been discussed and see what our straw poll thoughts are. Councillor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, through you. The $33,000 for extra staffing, is there something they can be doing? Can they be filing? Are they just going to be there to give comfort to the person leaving, or can they be doing a task at the same time that, is there only room for one person to work, or can they both? If they can both work, I'm going to be in favor of it. I think if we've identified a problem, we should, if we can, address it. As far as the surplus, there's a lot of things going on. I'm not clear where everybody is on this. Are we looking to reduce the surplus to zero, or are we looking to reduce the increase to zero, the 103,000? I'm voting to reduce the surplus to zero, to use the whole 130 to get it down so we're $30,000 less than last year. Just looking at the last couple of years, it looks like the library board has done a very great job they've come in under budget, 100 or so thousand, so maybe there won't be a bump next year. We were saying there likely will be, but the last 2 years, they haven't spent the whole thing. That's why we have this surplus. So, you know, that's a good sign. I'd like to reduce the surplus rate to zero, take that so that's negative from last year's, and I'd be willing to keep the 33,000.
Thank you. And then finally, Councillor St. Pierre.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Warden, and I support Councillor McDonald's on the part-time wages. I think we should be investing in security items versus personnel, because just what's been presented, I'm not convinced yet that if we had one person or two people working, that some of these incidents probably would have occurred anyways. So I think I'd rather invest in security, maybe security cameras, more lighting, signage. I think that's the way the money should be spent. And in terms of the surplus, I tend to agree. If we've already collected the tax money, I think we should be spending that. And again, I agree that if next year's is an 8 or 9 or a 10% increase, then it is that increase, and we should just deal with that on an annual basis. Thank you.
So thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your many thoughts. I think what I'm going to, the first thing I'm going to lob to the group, excuse me, is reduce the reserves to zero, as well as, I'm sorry, thank you very much for correcting me. Reduce the surplus to zero, utilizing 33,000 of that to support the double staffing while challenging library, Ms. Luck, with the improvements to safety that would be looked at in the following budget. I don't think it's fair to say we recognize that safety issues need to be addressed, but we'll wait another year to do it. If we can do that through reserves and make this this program last for this budget, upcoming budget, and in the meantime seek out those improvements to safety concerns. So if I can encapsulate that one more time, reduce surplus to zero. The double staffing is a temporary measure while investigation is done to see what other capital projects can be used to support the safety aspect, is one. That's number one. So number two would be strictly reduce to zero and not support the double staffing for safety. So I'm going to say number one. Do we have any support in number one? And number two? Okay, so number one, I think, Ms. Russell, did you capture that? That was the zero and $33,000 of that zero going towards double staffing.
Okay, so just to clarify, Mr. Warden, the $33,000 for double staffing is already included in the budget. So what council would like to do is use the entirety of the surplus to offset the library budget for 2024.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's an additional $215,989 on top of the 176. So there's two things. There's okay, so there's zeroing out the surplus as a whole, or zeroing out the variance over the previous year. If we zero out the surplus, we have a larger surplus than what the variance for the 2024 budget holds.
I would believe there's some misunderstanding of actually what the entirety of the surplus is, but I have the feeling that they want it to zero. Surplus to zero. It's taxpayers funded already, so let's use the money that taxpayers have contributed towards this project to the library and take that to zero. We'll suffer next year and incorporate and keep the double staffing in place with the challenge of fighting the investment. Madam CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I think I would just like to put in some general comments. I recognize funding in the reserve is surplus from tax-paying dollars from previous years. However, if we take into consideration, we have 15 branches. It is one of our very important service mechanisms that we have in the community. To take that reserve to zero will now, I think, provide the library with very little to fall back on if an emergency were to occur and we had to go to reserves to support something that is required through the library system. So if council wanted to think about taking the budget down to zero to net the increase over last year, it would still leave some funds available in the reserve if we needed to look at additional security, if we wanted to look at other mechanisms. But to take that in its entirety down to zero, it just means that during the year, if something were to come up, then we would come back to council to try and determine how we would fund that.
Thank you for that clarification, and I do trust that my fellow councillors would understand that if there was no surplus remaining, that we would have to come back for a budget amendment or make it unfinanced capital for 2025. Councillor Gano, and then Councillor Bergeron.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I was wondering if we could just have a straw poll potentially on those two options, whether just bringing the variance down to zero, which was my understanding and preference, which would eliminate any budget increase but give us a little bit of buffer should something happen during the year, versus a complete depletion of that surplus amount, if we can make sure that everyone's got some sort of consensus on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bergeron.
Yes, Mr. Warden, my understanding during the discussion was also to use surplus to make the budget zero, not to empty the surplus. So my support would be to use surplus to have a zero increase in budget. That's it.
Thank you. Okay, so Councillor McGillis, is there anything new to add to that?
Okay, thank you. Just to what our CAO said, has there been a history that we had to go back in the event that something did happen, the library to dip into it, or surplus? Has there been a trend or anything in the past history?
Through you, Mr. Warden, given my limited tenure here with the counties, I think I would look to Rebecca Russell to see if she recalls. Have we in the past had to go to the library's reserve to fund something that's come up during the year for a request from the Library Services Board or that area to utilize the reserve?
Library has never had a significant amount of reserves, but not to my knowledge was anything ever, did council ever have to go back to request use of reserves or, working funds to support a project? But it's maybe also important to note that library never really carried a surplus. Their budget was always used, or their surplus was used to fund the next year's budget. The reason for the significant surplus over the last few years was because of COVID and the closures and the unspent wages. So the expenses that didn't occur in those years during the 2020 and 2021 went to the library surplus. So this is an unusual surplus to carry based on the history of the library services.
Thank you for that explanation. And I know as we sat through library services or library board, as we deliberated over this, it was a surprise to many of us that sat at the library board table that there was such a large reserve. Surplus. I blame Councillor McGillis for this.
Admitted to making that mistake.
So to that, the straw poll, and again, let me just outline this. Zero, use the reserves in its entirety, use the surplus in its entirety. Thank you very much. I appreciate being corrected, and I need it. Use the entirety of the surplus with the pilot program of the double staffing for safety. That's number one. Use the surplus only to get to zero, including the double staffing for safety. Now, that's number two. Straw poll. Number one, that's the entirety of the reserves. One person. Number two, using the reserves to get to zero, including the double staffing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, well, I don't have to count. But I do have one thing that I need for my brain. What would be left in surplus? In the entirety of the
So there would be $84,000 remaining. However, this does not include any surpluses that might pertain to the 2023 calendar year through the year-end reconciliation process.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, so I think we have direction on that. Thank you. I can't wait till we get to the roads department.
Me too.
And we'll talk about reserves. Surplus. Health and safety. Health and safety social services, or health and social services, I should say.
Through you, Mr. Warden, I think I'd like to speak to the next portion of our budgets for health and social services. We've put up a slide. You'll see in our budget book on page 39, we have funding that's included in this budget from the Eastern Ontario Health Unit, Paramedic Services, Social Housing, and the Glenstratton Lodge, and also funding for our senior support centers, which has remained flat year over year. So I think first I could maybe briefly speak to the Eastern Ontario Health Unit. We do have a communication from Dr. Paul to indicate a request to increase the health unit's budget for the county's portion by $190,808. We do not have the details that kind of backfill that increase or information on the amount. I believe that part of what Dr. Paul is trying to do is get the cost-sharing formula for the health unit between provincial funding and municipal funding back to the 75-25% ratio. This same information has been shared with Prescott Russell as well as the City of Cornwall. So at this point in time, I think we have representatives that are on the Eastern Ontario Health Unit Board. We could also consider having Dr. Paul or inviting the health unit in to do a presentation at council to provide more of an update on what they're doing within the programs and how that funding affects our municipalities. So that is one item through the health unit. The second item that I'd like to talk to, which is critically important, City of Cornwall shared services between Ontario Works, Social Housing, Child Care and Paramedic Services, and the Home for the Aged have had a very challenging year trying to draft those budgets for 2024. The county does have a cost-sharing formula that varies across all of those services. The budget that was presented in November, so on November 22nd, we had a shared services joint liaison committee meeting. The budgets that were presented at that time have further been reviewed since then, and we've got a revised estimate that was provided to the city last week, and that will include a reduction in funding required from the county by just under $443,000. It's an estimate at this time, so within the budget book, I don't have the breakdown, how that will flow through each of the services. I believe the bulk of that is likely coming through Ontario Works as well as the Home for the Aged. Part of what's occurring in Ontario Works is there's part of the employment program that is being redirected by the province to another service provider. What we're seeing in the home for the aged, similar to, I think, many long-term care homes, increased staffing levels trying to meet the minimum 4-hour of care model. So at this point in time, I think it's reasonable that County Council recognize that reduction of the $443,000. City of Cornwall will be continuing to work through their budgets in the months ahead. I believe that their plan to start conversations with City of Cornwall Council on their budgets will likely occur in February or the mid part of February. So those are just a couple of high-level overviews for that page 39 within the draft budget document. If council has any questions, I'm more than happy to ask.
Questions? Thank you, Madam CEO. Councillor Bergeron.
Madam CEO, I just want to clarify, this 443,000 reduction, is that already included in the 1,681,000, or is that to be subtracted from the 1,600,000?
Through you, Mr. Warden, very good question. We're going to subtract that from that amount.
From the 16,
Yeah,
so we're
so
down
that is
to...
not, that amount has not been included yet in our conversations today, so that is a reduction of funding that's required for shared services.
Okay, so we're down to 1,200,000 and something.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McDonald, then Councillor Lang.
Just to clarify, you had, and through you, Mr. Warden, for the Eastern Ontario Health Unit, that 190,000 that you mentioned increases is in the budget. That's the line we see. They're not in addition to? Okay, so that 442 is about 0.8% of a levies, according to the 557 equals 1%, just for everybody.
Councillor Lang.
Turned it on, turned it off. I'm going to assume that our CEO and have talked to Dr. Paul then. Just the number that we had at the last meeting we had with the health unit was almost 225,000 increase. 224,650 was the number I had, so I don't know if there's been some adjustment since then.
Through you, Mr. Warden, this is the information we would have received from Dr. Paul directly through our administration, but I can follow up.
Anything else on this topic?
Through you, Mr. Borden, just a comment. We do have a tax rate stabilization reserve, so any variances with budgets in these areas, once they come through the approval process with the shared services or a health unit, we have that reserve that could be used to offset any increases that weren't anticipated.
Thank you. Madam CAO, am I going to move this to Ms. Russell?
So we can move on to financial services. So we have one main revenue source in financial services, interest income, which is calculated at the prime rate, which is now 7.2%, less 1.57%. So in 2022, at the very end of 2022, we were successful in increasing our cap limit on our bank balance from 30 million to 45 million, thereby increasing our interest revenue in 2023, combined with all the prime interest rate increases throughout the year, which was very beneficial with our interest income. We are proposing to use $60,000, what's remaining of the modernization reserve, to offset the cost of budget software, which is proposed in the financial services budget. This will assist with providing multi-year budgeting as discussed through the strategic planning session. So we would like to implement that budgeting software this year. So I'll touch base quickly on the main changes in the expenses for the finance budget. The budgeted cost of wages and benefits, as well as training, has increased. This is based on the 3% increase in 2024 and the corresponding increase in benefits. The cost of software has increases as well, and that includes VATM software, which is for SDG and 5 of our local municipalities, HR software, and the budget software licensing that's anticipated for 2024. We've also included some training for VADM for SDG and local municipalities in that budget line on using the software. So I do believe we added $3,000 in that line for additional training should the local municipalities or SDG counties. We normally do a group training session for those who need it or who would like to be updated in some VADM training. WSIB and EAP costs are estimated to increase. The insurance renewal for WSIB will be coming to council in December for the renewal for January 1st. I have reached out to our broker. The proposal is not yet ready, so we don't have the number yet, but it will come to council at the December meeting. I do anticipate it to increase based on the wage increases and their estimates, how they deal with their wage increases and how it reflects on the insurance. Liability insurance has been quite a challenge to estimate over the last few years, mostly due to the hard market. Estimates were made based on trends regionally as well as trends with other counties. SDG has benefited from lower than anticipated increases compared to others. We've been very lucky in that fact. Our policy for insurance coverage runs from July 1st to June 30th of the next calendar year. The increase over actuals for 2023, we're estimating to be about 12%, which is kind of in line with what it was last year. Audit fees for 2024, we're budgeting to remain the same as 2023. For many years, SDG experienced reasonable audit fees with MNP. We will be going to RFP for audit services in 2024. Our 5-year term with MNP ended in 2022, and we have extended their term for 1 year, which will be auditing the 2023 year, and we will go to RFP for a new 5-year term in 2024. Asset management costs have increased slightly. This is due to the software costs for asset management. There's also a line item included in the asset management for the consulting for PSD to assist with completing our next phase of asset management. We had it included in last year's budget as well, and they're helping us progress to the next phase of the asset management plan, which is due on July 1st. Finance projects, this relates to the budget software we are hoping to implement in 2024, and the full cost of that will be offset by the remainder of the modernization reserve that we have. So that's pretty much it for finance. Do I have any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Russell. Questions, thoughts? Councillor McDonald?
And through you, Mr. Warden, just a quick one, because it comes across in all of them. How much did benefits go up this year? Just general.
I don't have that number off the top of my head because each category of the benefits changed. Like dental was different, life was different. I'd have to go back and get that information for you. Sorry.
Councillor McDonald?
Suffice to say, they've all increased, though?
Yes, they have, however, not exponentially. And I do believe this 2024 is a renewal year, so I'm not sure what the impact will be, but we've estimated. So wages, benefits are normally estimated. Benefits are normally estimated about 29% of wages. When wages goes up 3%, it's also included in that 29% increase that we see, and that's normally a good gauge of where your benefits will lie.
Thank you. Is there anything further for Ms. Russell? Councillor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, through you. Nothing that I'm interested in changing, just a comment. It does leave a bad taste in your mouth having to pay that impact bill for what we've got for service the last few years.
I was wondering when that would come up. Yes, it does leave a bad taste. But if there's nothing, yes, Councillor Williams.
Just while Ms. Russell is up here, if I may, Mr. Warden, you referred to the stabilization reserve. How much is in that reserve, please?
Based off the top of my head, I believe 1.5 million.
1.5 million? And have we used that reserve in recent years?
We haven't used the reserve since I've been the Director of Finance, but I do believe about 2 years before that, we did use a small amount of that fund, but it's always been about $1 million, $1.5 million, pretty consistently.
Okay, thank you. Something to keep in mind. Thanks.
If I may make one comment, Mr. Warden, with regards to MPAC, it's important to note I don't have the actual billing for 2024 yet. I've based it on estimates of what previous years would have been. So we do anticipate a small increase.
Thank you for announcing the small increase. But thank you very much, if there's nothing else. Court services, would that be next?
That's also me. So I'm not going to talk too much about previous years, but I did want to just provide a little bit of information to Council. I've broken down, and I do this every year, I've broken down the tickets filed by agency in the graph. In 2006, we were almost at 30,000 tickets filed with the court. And in 2023, up till October 31st, we have had 9,381 tickets filed, which is an increase over both 2021 and 2022. So that's good, and we still have 2 months to go. The largest agency is the OPP, followed by the Cornwall Police Service, and then various ministries, such as Ministry of Transportation, Ministry of Labor, Ministry of Environment, those types of things. And just to provide a comparison over the years, a glimpse of how POA has run, and it kind of gives an explanation of how and why the 2024 budget was developed the way it was. We do not have any influence over the tickets that are filed with the court, as they solely depend on external agencies. POA provides the administration of providing the court service. Tickets have been steadily declining. With declining tickets comes declining revenues. However, the cost to operate court administration is still increasing. For example, wages and benefits, software costs, costs of interpreter, translators, those types of expenses, those tend to go up. And examples, again, of agencies that file with the court are all the policing agencies, ministries, even by law enforcement. So you can see by the trend line, the revenues have been declining, tickets have been declining, expenses tend to still climb. So the declining volume of charges directly impacts the revenues. So we've given consideration to the reduction of tickets being issued, decrease in judicial resources and court dates, and existing trends. POA charges can be paid at any court in Ontario. Tickets issued on the Highway 401 are normally paid at the defendant's place of residence, which is reflected in the fines collected by other courts. We've reduced that line item because we've noticed that with our online payment options that are now available, the defendants don't physically go to a court anymore to pay the fine, they just do it through our website. Mandatory victim fine surcharge is added to every POA fine and then remitted to the province after fines are paid to the county. So this surcharge is approximately 19% of the gross fine revenue. So for expenses, again, the cost of wages and benefits has increased. It includes the cost of living adjustment and corresponding increase in benefits. Prosecution services, we are increasing by $15,000, and this is due to the possible transfer of Part 3 charges. Increased supervision and external prosecution relating to the more serious offenses will be required. However, this amount is also offset by reduction of judicial services of $15,000 below the second last line, as the Part 3 crown will no longer be required when this transfer happens. Training and development anticipated to increase to enhance the skills and knowledge of a fairly new POA team. Many expenses are uncontrollable. I've mentioned this before. So judicial services, mag costs, costs of interpreters, forms, credit card costs, costs of monitoring, those are all ministry charges that we don't have any control over. ICON charges, that's the software, the provincial software and database the court uses. The charges for that are based on the quantity of tickets that are issued. Therefore, if there's a decrease in tickets, there's a decrease in expenses, which is estimated for 2023. Software and equipment increases are expected for the court administration management system, TerraNet, Adobe, and the provincial system NORDAT. So all these systems are required for operations, courtroom functions, and collection activities. County support services, there is a slight reduction over 2023. So this is due to, we had a capital replacement in 2023. That is not something that's going to happen in 2024, so you'll see the reduction through the support services through the building costs. Collections are completed through a third-party agency. Actually, we have 3 third-party agencies, and the fees are collected and through, we pay for the fees, and then we're collecting the fees through the ticket revenue. We add it to the fine, and we collect that fee as well. But we do anticipate a reduction in collection costs due to the fact that we are not seeing as many tickets. Another important point that I wanted to note is that courts were notified in July of 2023 that the costs of interpreters are going to go up. Effective August 1st of 2023. So fees increased 50% for accredited interpreters and 23% for unaccredited interpreters. So we will be seeing an increase next year, and when we have a full calendar year of increases, and interpreters are used either by Zoom. It's not often they come in anymore. We also use the language line. So overall net revenues are shared with the City of Cornwall in proportion to the population reported in the AMCTO municipal directory. The City of Cornwall's portion is normally approximately 41.7%. So overall, they will also see a reduction in revenue from court services. Any questions?
Yes, Councillor Densham.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and through you, and for fear of revealing my ignorance on this, I'm going to presume that first of all, that you're showing us tickets filed by agency because it's a primary reason for the court services to be in place in terms of the amount of work. I'm also going to assume that since 2006, budget has probably continually increased year over year. So again, I don't know what the answer is, but something feels fundamentally broken in the way that we execute on the court services if those two assumptions are accurate. And it feels to me like we almost need to sit down and do a total rethink on how court services are delivered. If there's that few tickets, are we providing, Cadillac service for people who need to come in and pay? Again, like I say, I don't know what the answer is. It's just the picture appears, based on how it's being painted, pretty clear here that something is fundamentally out of whack in terms of correlation between the primary service being offered and the amount of budget we're spending. So again, like I say, I don't know what the solution is. I don't think it's just a matter of saying you cut here, cut there. I think there needs to be some kind of rethink on what it is that the court is in place to do relative to what it's actually accomplishing in terms of volume of work service.
Thank you for your thought on that, Councillor Densham. And it is an odd duck, this whole deal, that's for sure, to put it in different terms and your eloquent terms, but it is strange how it is operate, and I'm sure many people wonder how this is going to continue going forward. I know Ms. Russell talks about that at different times, that this is going to be a struggle going forward. Ms. Russell.
I understand where Councillor Densham is coming from. We have an obligation to provide the administration of court, the quantity of tickets, the agencies. We're not really meant to be a revenue generator. We're meant to be providing the service of administering justice, which ultimately we're two different things, but they both heavily weigh on what the county. The revenue always offset the entirety of the budget. And it's been a consistent trend over the years, and it's not just just our region that's experiencing it. It's experiencing it across the province, the reduction of tickets. We've been to municipal court managers' meetings. We're advocating for additional collection tools to collect on fines that are that remain unpaid. We're working with AMO just over the last couple of weeks. We're part of a collection work group to try and find ways and to advocate to the province to allow us to collect on these outstanding fines that are uncollectible, because we don't have the means, I guess, or what we're allowed to do. So we're looking at ways to improve what we're allowed to do, which could hopefully increase our revenues based on collecting those unpaid fines. We do have a lot of fines that aren't paid, and we only have so many options of how to collect those. So we are working towards that. But as for the administration of how court services runs, it has changed over the last couple of years, and the demand on the administration part and the workload is still, it hasn't decreased with the quantity of tickets. Courts are still full. Hybrid court system requires 2 staff opposed to 1 now. There's some administrative functions that have been downloaded in the last couple of years. The fail to respond dockets, which the Justice of the Peace used to endorse, is now done by our staff, and that's a new function in 2021, I believe. Reopenings have just been downloaded from, that task was a judicial responsibility that downloaded in September of this current year. Extensions are another one that used to be a judicial responsibility, is now completed by our manager of court services. So even though the tickets have declined, the functions of the judiciary for some of those responsibilities have now fallen on to us as well.
Yeah, just a quick supplemental. Thank you, Mr. Warden. So again, first of all, I'm actually encouraged by the fact that tickets are declining. I hope that means, and I think Inspector Hemrick has alluded to this, that our roads are safer, and so that's a good thing. Again, I want to be sure that we recognize the great work that's being done by all the agencies who are focused on prevention rather than enforcement in many ways. But the story that you told me makes sense, and maybe that's something that for a future meeting we could have a bit more information on. So, because again, I was drawing a basic conclusion here on tickets being the primary driver, but I think what I'm hearing is there's a lot more that's going on, and it's not fair to say that the expenses we should necessarily look at it at a cost per ticket. There's other things that are going on there, and I think I would appreciate anyhow understanding that a little bit better in the future, just so that we can understand where there may be opportunities to improve. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McGillis.
Thank you. Councillor Densham took part of what I was going to say regarding what the OPP are doing and how well they're doing it in terms of, trying to reduce the amount of speeding and things that are going on out there. The question I have is, are we going out or sourcing out for the backlog of fines? We know that there's a lot of money out there that we could be coming in through the fines. Are we sourcing it out to a collection agency?
Yes, so we do currently have 4 collection agencies, and they go in order. We have the first collection agency. If they're not successful in so many days, it goes to the second, or I should say, I think it's 3 months, and if they're not successful, it goes to the second and the third. And we have 2 alternate thirds. We also have a collection agency in Quebec, which has been successful with being on the border of Quebec, having a resource to collect fines for those who live in that province. So that's been beneficial as well, and they are successful in collecting. But we do add liens where we can, and writs. We file writs on property if we have that ability to do so. Our collections officer is always on top of those types of things, if there's significant fines or even small fines. So we do everything that we possibly can. I know other courts are, there is, I believe it's York Region that is, has been in communication with our collections officer just recently, trying to find out how that process actually happens, because not all courts do that. Our collections officer is very knowledgeable with those types of things with the other court, filing with the other court. But there's still a lot I would love to advocate to be able to do. And I hope that we are listened to be able to have resources to collect on outstanding fines.
Yes, Councillor McGillis.
Just wanted to ask, the other question was, how successful has that been? In terms of, in percentage of what we're collecting as opposed to what's the backlog?
I would have to come back to you with the number. They do, the amounts revolve, and over the years, there are purges that are completed if through ICON, through the system, if there's unpaid fines for a certain amount of time. The fines will always be there, always. They don't go away.
So, I know I've had the opportunity to have Ms. Russell tell me about opportunities that other provinces are successful with, and I think there's an opportunity to Councillor Denham's thoughts and to yours, Councillor McGillis, of having that information where we become advocates, that we're able to help with the change to modernize and to make it more efficient to collect fines, to collect the monies owing, because there are other avenues out there, I know, and I only know that because I have conversations, and I think we need to have a deeper discussion about that and how we can affect change at a later date, though. If there's anything else from Ms. Russell? Seeing none, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, I think we need to take a break. 10-minute break. So we'll take a 10-minute break. A short 10-minute break. We need to keep this thing rolling. Services, we're going to move to IT. Mr. St. Onge.
Good morning. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Warden. I'd just like to highlight a couple of the drivers for this year's budget. So if you noticed, last year we had $90,000 revenue from reserves, which is not happening this year. So $50,000 of that number was a project from 2022 that was completed in 2023, and $40,000 was from another external funding source that we're not using this year. So if you look also at the wages and benefits, we have an increase $56,000. So last year we only budgeted half a year for our business systems coordinator because we had a vacant position. So this year we're funding that position completely. So that in combination with our annual increase is driving that number. The infrastructure renewal and projects is down by $50,000, and again, that's because we had a project from 2022 we completed in 2023. So we're back to our typical $50,000 for cybersecurity projects, and $25,000 for policies, procedures, and those kinds of projects. So overall, the other slight increases are due to inflationary pressures. So our net increase in expenses 1.4%. That being said, there's a 15% net increase in from the general fund, simply because we have that $90,000 of revenue from the year before that we don't have this year. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. St. Onge. Questions, comments? Councillor Broad.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Warden, just a comment rather than a question. So thank you, Mr. St. Onge, delivering a somewhat balanced budget. Just want to continue to reiterate, these are dollars we never used to spend years ago, and we need to continue to figure out ways to do more projects and continue to do productivity to keep these costs from going up, because we're only going to have more IT, and we can't just keep spending more money in IT. We need to figure out ways to deliver better service with the dollars we're spending, because as you pointed out, there is no revenues in this at all. So thank you, Ward.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there's nothing else, unless you have something else, Mr. St. Onge?
No, just follow up to that comment. It's largely, the IT budget is largely based on wages to deliver those services. And we constantly look ways to automate and, prevent needing to add additional resources. And the workload is continuously increasing. Demands on our services is increasing, and we're able to manage it with same staffing levels. So hopefully that's kind of providing that increased service with the same resources, kind of balance, from my perspective, kind of balances that out. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. DeHaan.
I think you're stuck with me for the rest of the day, so buckle up. Yeah, maybe. I'm going to pass. Okay. Anyway, good morning, everybody, and thank you for your time today as we talk about several divisions in Transportation Department, and I think we'll just go in order of what has been presented to you in your budget document. And so first and foremost is the GIS division, which is, I guess, a natural kind of thought process from the IT division, because it starts to blend from IT world into boots on the ground, how we use technology to do the work we do. So I guess overall, just on when we look at the IT or the GIS division, excuse me, I think when you review it in summary, it's a great testament to staff that they're able to deliver the service that all the local municipalities and the county benefits from, and residents that use the service as well, and consultants, for a very stable cost. So kudos to the staff that are doing the work, because we're able to maintain a relatively stable cost to taxpayers for the services we continue to provide. So just high level, looking at some of the activities that GIS is working on or proposing to work on through 2024. First one is, and you'll see a revenue item of $5,000, and that's something you may recall from our last year's budget. We put a little bit money in the bank to help buffer the cost of us going out to do aerial photography. That's something we have to do on a very regular basis just to make sure things stay up to date. And I'm showing an aerial image of what we look at when we look on GIS in Morrisburg, and I think anybody can agree that that's not what is actually out there. So one of the reasons, for example, of why this is important, and of course whenever your building departments at the local municipalities are using the aerial photography, all this development that we've seen, that also makes sure that they have the most accurate and up-to-date information that's out there. So this year we do have a $10,000 expense buffered by $5,000 coming out of our bank account, plus the $5,000 that we've budgeted this year. So that's that concept of stabilization through several years to help pay for that. Large portion of the expenses in GIS is wages and benefits. We do have 2 full-time GIS staff that work for the department. What we're proposing and we typically budget for 1 student. Unfortunately, this year we were unable to find a student that met the qualifications we were looking for, and I think we're going to turn our minds to doing a better job reaching out to the technical schools that are offering that type of programming, and hopefully give somebody the opportunity to learn that's studying this type of work. The other thing we're doing this year is we've started going out to local municipalities, and it's something we intend to do on a more regular basis, rather than just the email contact with local municipalities. Actually try and be a little bit more present in local offices and make sure that the services, the features, functions that each local municipality is using is, working well, or if there's any of those irritants that might be occurring that they're just not thinking of, emailing and sharing with our staff. So we want to continue to have more regular in-person visits. And one thing we did with South Dundas several years ago, and we heard from some of our more recent visits with local municipalities, is some interest in having maybe a shared student. So that's why we have included a budget for 1.5 student, because half of a student we were suggesting we may share with the local municipality. And again, there's some interest from across SDG, so maybe it's something we even figure out a way to share it amongst all 6 or those that have, for example, some major scanning that needs to get done. That's a very distinct and 1 month type of commitment or half a month type of commitment. So that's what we've proposed in our budget for 2024. Continuing on, one of the exciting things that we're proposing this year, we do have a new staff member that's joined us this year, and proud to say this person has experience operating drones. So we're proposing to purchase a drone to be able to supplement some of the aerial photography that we have with more detailed, and of course I'm just joking, it's this type of drone, not that, but we're looking to purchase a very basic drone that'll provide a little bit more in-depth information for staff and also for local municipalities. And I can kind of say, of interest in my time in North Dundas, I've learned that the drainage superintendent is using this type of tool to be able to do some of their work without having to go out. And the nice thing with having someone that's licensed and able to do it is they're able to kind of do that programming in the office and not necessarily go out physically with the drone to be able to do it. Someone can bring it out to a site and it's pre-programmed, can do a flight and come back in. So actually provides a lot more flexibility in terms of what we can do and some of the services we can provide. And what I would suggest is a relatively low cost as well for what value we get out of it. Software licensing is, of course, a big cost driver in this division. We're at right now approximately about $80,000 a year for the Esri licensing, and then we have some other licensing that actually sits within that Esri software. So there's another approximately $10,000, and that's just based on contracts we have with those service providers, and that's included in the budget as well. If we're looking at options for GIS, one thing, of course, is if council doesn't believe it's the year to be expanding those types of services, like being able to offer some drone services, that's fair, and we can eliminate that. It's not a grand savings, but I can appreciate why that might be something council would want to consider. An item we have brought up in the past. I think I certainly from management's perspective, have no issue with how we do it, but we do a lot of work for external resources and essentially for local municipalities. It's a service that's equitably provided across all 6 municipalities, and I think, I commend our staff for doing a great job doing it. But it is something that if we wanted to go more towards a fee-for-service type of model, we can look at that. So essentially trying to recover some staff time and charge local municipalities. But to me, at the end of the day, it's the same person paying, so I'm not quite sure if there's a benefit given the fact that everybody is equally kind of benefiting from that service we're providing. But that is an option for council's consideration if we wanted to look at things a little bit differently in this division. So with that, that's the GIS budget.
Thank you, Mr. Hahn. Any questions, comments, thoughts? Councillor Densham, please.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and I support the budget as presented, but I did like the comment that you put at the end around the kind of cost recovery type of perspective. This is a fairly new technology, still very much in its emerging stage, in my opinion. A lot of changes happening. It's important to remain competitive, and from my perspective, the other thing that the cost recovery or a fee-for-service does is it keeps a lot of eyes looking at ways to modernize and justify the cost, which again tends to keep you, looking at the leading edge of offerings. Sometimes, if a department is kind of sitting in place, it tends to, find projects just to justify their existence and these types of things. So from my perspective, I like the idea of looking at kind of an external cost recovery or even an internal cost recovery as the service is used within departments, even within the counties. But those are just my thoughts. I think it might do us well. Again, it's just so that we kind of stay current in a potentially competitive market, and we don't just kind of assume that this is going to be needed forever. Who knows, 5 years from now, with AI and everything that's happening, this whole service could look very, very different. And I just don't want us to kind of keep it as a locked-in department where it may need to change radically over the next few years.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. DeHaan.
Thank you. And one thing we have done in the past, and it's not something we've continued to do, but perhaps with the changeover into the new year, it's something we can begin again, is better track the hours that we, essentially like a timesheet type of tracking of hours of services we're providing internally, externally, to be able to perhaps report a little bit with a little more accuracy to council on the metrics and how much time we're spending, doing stuff to support the Department of Transportation versus, planning is a big a customer of ours, as well as the local municipalities. So it may be something well worth kind of that first step in exactly that is maybe doing a little bit more of a timesheet-based approach to the work we're doing, and tracking projects, how much time we're putting into it, and then get a better, that's the foundation for perhaps the next steps of what you're doing. Because you're absolutely right, AI could change the whole game and a lot of the things we do within this organization. So for sure, I support what you're saying completely.
Thank you. Other thoughts, comments? Seeing none.
Come on. Okay, the next item in the budget document is related to the administration building we're in right now. We are decreasing expenses this year when compared to last year, but there is overall, as council can see, a modest increase in funds costed through taxation. And that's just a result of, over the past several years, and I have to thank the staff that have worked here. Our department's put a lot of time and money into some of the upgrades that we've done around here, and some of them, no lie, are not very sexy. For example, a replacement of a flat roof, but these are the necessary things that need to get done to maintain, the comfort and ability to function within this building. Other activities we've done this year included replacement of the cannon bases and repainting of the cannons, so you may have noticed that out there. They look fresh and clean, which is great to see and livens that up a little bit. We've also done some work with the electric vehicle chargers, flagpoles, and outdoor lighting packs. So there's been some, again, outdoor improvements that we've continued on, but I'm glad to say at this point we're more or less done the outside stuff. We've kind of refreshed the outside envelope of this building. There's still some things we're looking at in terms of brick and those maintenance items that need to get done, but by and large, our need to go back into reserves and use reserves to help fund some of these very expensive projects, we've reached the end of that. So that's a good thing. So looking into 2024, some of the projects that are included in the 2024 budget include a replacement of a boiler. We've got 2 boilers that are essentially at the same age and are with heat exchangers and just their continued use are reaching the end of their service life. So we're proposing to replace one boiler. And Mike, you can tell me if I'm wrong, parts that we can salvage out of that, maintain it for the next one, and then, eventually replace that other one in the future. And then hopefully offset their age a little bit too, so that, that ability, it provides a little bit better redundancy rather than having 2 units at the same age. We've got some lunchroom upgrades that we're proposing to just improve the lunchroom that staff are using on a regular basis. We want to start some painting around the office as well. That's something that we've, in our focus on doing the outside work, I would suggest, not that it's looking bad, but that's something that needs to regularly be done, and I will suggest that you'll see this item on a go-forward basis. Just, we might want to make sure we're painting the hallways and office spaces on a regular basis just to keep it fresh and clean. And then parking lot maintenance is also proposed in terms of projects that we're doing this year. What that one is really just to crack seal the cracks and clean up the cracks, much like we would do on a roadway. So, some asset management activities that are being proposed there. Other building improvements we're proposing this year, there's 2 that are proposed. One is to repair the floor in the jail, and it's a picture of it on the right-hand side of the floor system that's there is separating from the actual concrete underneath, so it's creating a tripping hazard and does need to be replaced. It's been identified through health and safety as something that needs to get addressed. And the other one, which is something as we offer tourism opportunities in the jail, is providing a accessible washroom for patrons that may come in. And I recognize the jail itself, there's not a washroom in the jail, but also we want to think of accessibility, recognizing the accessibility in that jail is not the best, but obviously when you're doing it, you have to think of these things, but also just having a washroom available for visitors that are coming into that area. So if we're looking at some options, and then, I should say as well, included in the budget are just the costs associated with having our staff person doing the work and contracted cleaning and all of those other utilities and other costs that are associated with the facility itself. Options that we've put forward for council's consideration, the projects I've highlighted, if council wants to defer some of those, we can defer it. We can also continue to use reserves to help offset some of the funding, offset some of the costs associated with, for example, the boiler or the bathroom installation. The alternative too is if council's looking to start replenishing the reserves, that I think is also a very good and appropriate consideration, and we can add some money into the building reserve, so actually adding money into the budget. It was something, I'll be frank with council, was considered as part of this year's budget, but just with the fiscal constraints we had, there wasn't an opportunity to do it, but it's something hopefully as things perhaps get easier for everyone out there, that we look to do that, because thanks to having a healthy reserve, we were able to fund a lot of the improvements we've done over the past little bit. So just we want to make sure we pay it forward to the next ones that are looking after this building.
Thank you. Thoughts, Councillor McGillis and Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. The $40,000 is a significant cost for a boiler. I was just wondering, maybe because of the design, this is the only way we have a heating system in this building. Have we ever looked at any alternative source of heat other than boilers and the old-fashioned system we have today?
To my knowledge, no, we haven't. But fair statement. I'm not sure with this type of building if there is anything alternative that may be available that would be of a cheaper cost because all that infrastructure is already in place. And it is a system that works. It's not an uncommon system for this type of building. I would perhaps suggest the best value that we could find in terms of heating costs is looking at energy efficiencies rather than a change of type of boiler. So and I'm like, this entire complex is powered by 2 boilers, and I think there's 1 furnace in the warden's house, and that includes jail. Am I right with that? Sorry, I'll ask Mike to join me here. He has a better handle on this the systems here. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. So the majority of the building, that would include the historic jail, the county office just outside these doors, and the 1950s addition that goes up Pitt Street, are powered by a bank of 4 boilers that operate in pairs. And so the $40,000 is to replace a pair of boilers on one half of that system, and then the parts from the old boilers could be used to keep the new boilers running. There's an entirely separate boiler in the warden's house that does just that portion of the building itself, and those would be the only heat sources in the building. Any other furnaces or exchangers around the building, there are several in closets, would be for air conditioning. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. So Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Just first of all, I can appreciate the need for accessibility when we've got public spaces, and also health and safety with regards to the flooring. But I'm just not sure about this expenditure at this point in time, given that in the last term of council, we did a big study, I forget what it was called, on the old jail, like the really old part plus the part that was built more recently, in terms of, what are we going to do with it, what are we not going to do with it, tear it down, keep it up, use it for tours, and that's what we've done, is just sort of status quo, and nothing really was ever really decided there. So I'm just not sure if we haven't. I don't know what the status of that study is, if there's any of that information that's going to be coming back to council. I know a lot of people around this table haven't had the benefit of that information, and whether or not we've got some decisions to make before we start putting money into that area when, as far as I'm concerned, we're not there yet.
Yeah, a fair comment. I want to say it was at the November meeting, and I'm kind of looking at Peter because it was during it was essentially tourism provided a summary, kind of a year-end summary of the work that they've done. And one of those items that was highlighted was the success that they've continued to have with the jail. And that was identified as a need. And in that, I guess from a staff perspective, the takeaway from that was certainly that, that council certainly wants to continue to encourage that activity. And that was a primary activity that was identified in Mr. Christie's report as well. Easy to remember his name because it's like cookies. So I guess our direction as staff after that report was presented is that council wanted to continue to encourage the use of tourism because it really necessitated very little investment dollars in the jail area to continue to provide that service. The one thing being lacking there is an actual washroom for patrons that are visiting to find. I will say that one thing certainly from our perspective we'd like to do if council approves that project, is also look to see if there is some funding available to help offset that cost. we can't guarantee it. We've had, those types of opportunities continue to dry up, it seems, as time goes on. So I just, we're trying to budget the best we can based on what we know the expenses are potentially. But I guess maybe I can, some comfort to council is, that we're not just going to budget for it and not think to try and find ways to save some money on that type of project. That all being said, if council doesn't see the washroom as a priority, we can certainly remove that from the budget and kind of look at, if we do have funding, maybe it's offset from reserves as something that, as a way to move that forward potentially in 2024. So I'll leave that with council.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Warden. Yeah, I mean, we need our facilities to be accessible. There's no question. And if someone's going to trip over separated flooring, that's an issue. It's just that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Councillor McDonald, Councillor Fraser, Councillor McGillis, maybe it's just me, but I was left with the impression that we weren't done with that study, that it wasn't. We hadn't had a thorough discussion on, okay, are we going to do something with this, or just, because it's just status quo. We haven't done anything different at all. And I know at one point there was a discussion about, do we even keep the newer part, because it was going to require a lot of money to upgrade it and that kind of thing. Like, do you recall any of that, or is that? I think it's just you. It's just me.
No, Councillor Williams, it's not. I know it was in jest that was said, but no, there was a lot of concern about next steps.
Yes.
And Mr. Young.
Sir, thank you, Warden. So I just pulled up the report as well, and there were kind of two options that were discussed. One of them was to continue focusing on film production, and the other one was to continue looking at historic tours and partnering with third-party organizations like the paranormal. So in this case, actually, we've been working on both. Both having those groups, as Karina's tour was our summary at the end of the year, kind of showed all the different events we've been having, and also continuing to have film productions throughout the year. There was discussion in the report of doing a larger engineering study before any major works, and there are certain concerns about how big of an investment that would be to renovate the whole facility. So in this case, we are looking primarily in discussion with transportation for washrooms, because there are no washrooms unless you're going to staff areas. So usually we're having to escort any patrons into the county building. Usually they're just going up here, or I guess I could go to the warden's house. Ultimately, our goal, we worked with the accessibility committee to look at certain options for the long-term use of the jail. We've talked about putting maybe even a corridor to connect so it can be fully accessible. But I would agree with Mr. DeHaan that if there is a renovation to the bathroom, if we make it accessible up front, then we're kind of future-proofing it for any future improvements. But right now, there's no washroom within the jail, and that's the primary reason for visitors, families, anyone that's coming in there throughout the tours to be able to use that. And the other thing is, as Director DeHaan said, we could also look at the Enabling Accessibility Fund, which is 80% funding to try and reduce the amount on the taxpayer levy.
Thank you for that, Mr. Young. Councillor McDonald, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Warden. I'm kind of the same opinion if it sounds like we're still thinking about it, and there might be a way how to, like, say, take that 75, put $50,000 to a reserve, start that, seeing it in our budget, and then be successful with that application and take it from there at a later date, and that would shave $25,000 off this budget too. Just a thought that came to me.
Thank you. Any other thoughts, comments, questions on this? So we do have some options in front of us. One has been suggested by Councillor McDonald. How do we feel about this? This option of reducing, switching 50,000 into reserves and taking 25 off of that 75. Okay. Well, it's a straw poll. It's not a resolution. Your favor. Okay. So, Councillor McDonald, do you want to explain your proposal again to Ms. Russell?
Sure. I think right now we have $75,000 to spend. Take that out, put 50,000 into the reserve, and then if we're successful, hopefully in the future with the accessibility grant at 80%, we can pull it then. And what that does too, because I heard you say that you'd like to start building a reserve, it puts it in there so that now it's potentially part of the budget in the future. So it kind of sets us up for the planning for that, paying it forward, as you said.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't see the finger.
It was a hand. No, just for clarity, it was $15,000 we have budgeted for the floor repair, and then it was $50,000 for the washroom. 60, excuse me. Thank you. 60. Slow math there. So 15,000. So I guess I'd like to make sure that council understands that's two distinct projects in distinct areas. Where the floor is the health and safety concern, $60,000 was what we have budgeted separately for the washroom. When I show it in this slide, it looks like $75,000 for both, but there is a distinction there.
Okay, so I'm going to challenge Councillor McDonald to come up with those numbers using your factoring system to deal strictly with the accessible washroom, but allowing the floor to be repaired.
15,000 remains, 40,000 to reserves, and then if we're successful, then so it'll just be a savings of 10,000.
Straw poll. Thank you. Is there anything else for the building? We'll move on to forestry.
I'll have Phil join me on this one because he certainly has a great understanding of the services and whatnot that are included in the forestry budget and some of the great work he's done. So quickly want to highlight as well that this is, 2023, was really our first full year having an in-house staff person managing the forestry division within our department. And from staff's perspective, and I think from council's perspective, we can honestly say it was a great success. 2024, the budget proposes to continue on with those initiatives that we've been working on and the progress we've started. And I'm pleased to say as well, when you look at our budget, we're able to maintain existing budget levels with really no change in what's proposed in 2024 in terms of our requirement to continue to provide these services. So in terms of successes in 2023, I think that's well worth highlighting, as it always is. We were successful in acquiring a new property, which is La Framboise Acres, and with that property, we're doing there was a portion of that property that was being converted from field back into forest, so that we successfully planted, and there's a picture from that successful planting, and tending will continue on to get those trees to a mature growth. Mature level, thank you. From the Woodlot Advisory Service program that we fund, that council funds, this year we were able to provide 21 grants to private landowners to help maintain and grow their private woodlots. 16 site visits were also held to again encourage that service. On the roadside tree planting front, we planted approximately 3,600 roadside trees in 2023, so kudos to Phil and the work he did to get to manage that work. And of course, part of that, and we talked about it in a previous council meeting, was the efforts that we're also putting into tending those existing sites that have been planted already. Forest management, we're busy right now with a harvest at Warwick Forest, so if you pass by it on County Road 9, you'll see a lot of activity out there. Phil also very much worked hard to get mechanical site preparation done on SDG 20 and 21, and that's Stormont, thank you, northeast of Monkland. And that's something that's going to help to promote and help that compartment grow and continue to thrive in the future. We worked on glossy buckthorn control last year, and we have also done some harvest preparation at Summerstown Forest, where there's certainly some needs that are required. Other activities that we've worked on in forestry in 2023 is doing some trail improvements, both at the Summerstown Forest and at Warwick Forest. So the picture of the rocks there is where it used to be a wood bridge that was starting to fall into a little bit of disrepair, and wise investment in something that's not going to need continued maintenance in the future. So a great partnership with ourselves and South Nation to get that work done. And as well as, a big part of the work we're doing on the trails is actually trying to remove hazard trees, dead ash trees that are close to the trail. So we're not in a position where we have to start closing trails and able to maintain that service for the many, many, many residents and visitors that use those facilities. Another good news story, of course, is our continued work with the SDG chapter of the Ontario Woodlot Association at Osnabrück Forest. So we're now in a position where we have reestablished the trail through that forest. And certainly I know I speak, both Phil and I attend the Ontario Woodlot Association meetings whenever they happen regularly. And I can say without a doubt that they are extremely grateful to the counties for the work that's been going on in there. And they're excited to continue with that partnership and develop that into something that will be used by people to learn more about forests and demonstration lots and some of the history of SDG. So fantastic opportunity continues to grow there. When we're looking at 2024 budget, on the revenue side of the ledger, we do have our typical revenue that comes in through our maple syrup tapping lease, and that's at the Howard Mitchell Forest, as well as our Riverside Whitney Clubhouse rental. And you may recall at our last meeting, we approved that continued lease at the Riverside Whitney Forest. We are projecting in 2024 $14,400 in harvest revenue, and that's coming from forest harvests that are proposed at Summerstown, Warwick, and compartment 24 and 25, which is on Little Russia Road in North Glengarry. Yeah. Noxious weed, that's something that Phil does look after on behalf of the region, and that's a complaint-driven activity. We're seeing the cost of that go down, and that's just because we're able to incorporate those duties as part of the overall kind of wages and work that Phil does. And really the cost there is training and mileage that is associated with the complaints that we get for noxious weeds. Other expenses, we have wages and benefits which are consistent with 2024 values. We're proposing to hire a summer student again in the summer of 2024. We had a great summer student last year, a graduate of the Forestry Tech program and going on to do his RPF studies, so really fit in really well, and a hardworking young lad, and hopefully we'll get him again, but yeah, he was a great hire and really provided a lot of benefit, so it was, I think, all in all, really good success. When we look at the property forest management activities that are proposed in 2024, we have to start thinking about our next 20-year management plan. So that's we're starting the preparation for the 20-year management plan. We have chemical site preparation, control of invasive species on forest properties, tending to the La Framboise Acres property again, so going back, making sure we're knocking back weeds and anything that's competing with the trees that are planted there, and of course marking prescriptions for future harvests. On the property expenses, what's proposed in 2024, it includes our certification fees. So again, I want to remind Council, we are a certified forest manager, so we do have to have, as part of that, we have audits and we have to provide a lot of documentation. We also have to pay a certification fee, but that does provide added value to the materials that come out of our forests as being able to be branded as FSC currently certified products. And same with our maple syrup, quite honestly, that comes off our property. They can brand it that way too. And then, of course, we have our typical trail maintenance and signage and property boundary management issues that we deal with on an annual and regular basis. Looking at special projects that are being proposed, and certainly these are, I would suggest, the things that Council probably has the most interest in for next year. We are proposing in our budget to continue the woodlot advisory service. So again, providing that opportunity for private woodlot owners to benefit from some funding and to learn how they can gain better investment and value out of their forests. Some small projects being proposed this year include hazard tree inspection and removal, and that's an ongoing activity that Phil's been working on. Depending on the success we have at getting a harvester in or a logging operation in at Summerstown, we do want to make sure we have some money to improve the trails. I mean, there's an expectation that although the contractor is going to be careful and judicious, we may have to invest a little bit of money to bring the trails back up to a state that's fair and reasonable for the Friends of the Summerstown Forest as they continue to offer winter activities in there. Again, continuing on with the Osnabrück Forest improvements, working with the Ontario Woodlot Association, and small equipment as needed to do the work that Phil does. Roadside forestry, we're proposing, last year Council added a little bit of extra money into this, and so we're proposing to maintain that budget at $35,000 and continue to put effort into our tending and maintenance, as well as identifying some new trees. And I know we talked about that at a previous meeting, so I won't spend more time there. And transfer to reserve, and this is a reserve that we have continued to establish and grow to support future property purchases. So a large part of that, or actually more than half, it's partially offset, and we've continued to do this, and I think it's a fantastic approach by Council. The revenue we're receiving from our harvest goes right into reserve. We've upped it to top it up a little bit more, so certainly that's an option for Council if they want to decrease the funding to that reserve in this year. We can, obviously that's something that Council is more than happy to consider. Other options is we could look at reducing the roadside forestry budget, the woodlot advisory service budget. So depending on the value that Council's considering there's some variable savings. And some of those special projects, if Council doesn't deem those a priority, we can also discuss and remove those from the budget. That's it.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, thoughts? Councillor Densham.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and through you. So it looks good from my perspective. I guess my question is more around where are we at in terms of looking for provincial and federal grants? I mean, many of the conservation authorities increase their revenue stream by like 50% when they tap into those types of things, and I realize not necessarily are we doing the same type of work, but it can, especially with things like land securement and those types of things, it can really accelerate some work in those areas. So my question is, it doesn't look like we've kind of earmarked or provisioned anything for this year, and I realize we're still just setting up, but where do we sit in terms of our outlook for potential grants into the future?
Sure, we could look at funding opportunities through, federal and provincial grants for land securement. Around those, most of our grants or most of our property acquisitions do come from a purely donation side of things, or a very small percentage where it's actually a fee simple purchase for a portion of the property. Our most recent acquisition, such as the La Framboise Acres, was a split receipt donation for that property, and those seem to be a little bit harder to fund through external grant sources. However, we can continue to look into those for larger properties where we might have the opportunity to acquire those.
Just a quick supplemental, if I may, Mr. Warden. Yeah, just to give people a sense for this, if you stack grants, which often you can in that situation, South Nation acquired, 10 times as much land as what they actually had to use out of their budget, if you can do it right. So, but I realize it takes some setting up to make that magic happen, but I just want to be sure we have an eye to it.
And if I may, I'll add on to it, and I got to commend Phil on this one too. We're looking at some opportunities in other ways that we could add value to our forests as well, and that's something at some point when we have a little more clarity, we'll come back to council and talk about some of those opportunities. But, you know, we have a carbon sequestration market, and there's all sorts of unique opportunities that are available that we are, I guess I want to assure council, actively looking at and getting more information to see what makes sense or what, you know, we want to bring to council as some potential opportunities. And last thing I'll note is last year we budgeted to get to funding for a student through some, you know, helped offset those costs, and we got denied. So I guess, you know, got burned, and I didn't want to get burned again. So I appreciate the comment, but I'm also, you know, I think we also from our side, as we're putting these budgets together, want to make sure we're not anticipating revenues and creating budgets on revenues that might be really hard to get to. So, but points well taken, and I think that's something we've got to continue to work on.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Good point, Councillor Dench, and I'm glad that you're going to be continuing to look for those grants, and I'm also glad for the focus on acquiring land through donations and charitable receipts. You know, SDG is a fantastic steward of the lands that we own, and you know that those people who are looking to sort of pass land on, they should be looking at us as good stewards, and so, you know, they don't really need necessarily to get a cash in hand for that land. So I think that that's a really good strategy. Just a question with regards to reserves. How much is in the reserve fund?
I'm looking at Rebecca. I don't know if she heard that question.
Okay, the forestry reserve. So at the end of 2022, we had 38,000.
Right, and for the new one that we acquired, money came out of that, was proposed to come out of that, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
However, we were going to wait till year end to see what surpluses forestry has. If we don't need to use it, we won't.
So if there's nothing else I'm sorry, Councillor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, through you. I'm in favor of budget. I just wanted to take this little chance just to say something to Phil, that under his accomplishments, he didn't mention the fact that he's teaching the chainsaw course and teaching it to all of the counties and municipalities, and it's saving us hundreds, I suspect, of dollars per person to have him do that. So it's much appreciated. And I'm hoping after he gets that done, that he's going to do the fire departments for us.
Well, thank you for reminding us of that. And Councillor McGillis.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Just want to say the great work you're doing in terms of especially replanting the trees, which we see so much clear cutting going on, and it's helping our carbon footprint and also the trails and everything, and the weed control. Doing a great job, Phil. I just wanted to just add what Councillor Dencham mentioned in terms of the grant opportunities that are out there. And he mentioned also that, you know, the RRCA and South Nation are, you know, they collect a lot of money through different sponsorships and grants. Are we keeping a close tab with them in terms of what opportunities are for us too, so in case we miss any grant opportunities, to see, you know, just work with each other to say, or in partnership, what's available for us, or did we miss anything that we can apply for too as well? Because kind of doing the same thing. We've donated 100 acres just to the RCA not too long ago. As Councillor Williams said, we're very great stewards, and so is the RCA and the other Conservation Authority, South Nation. So I think that we should keep closer tabs with them and to see if there's opportunities there for us.
Thank you. If there's nothing else, we'll give you 15 minutes of transportation, and I think it's lunchtime at that point.
I think I only need 5, so that's going to work out really well.
I'm sorry, before you move ahead, I see Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Rebecca, could you tell us where we're at, the running total of where we are at percentage-wise?
At the lunch break, I wanted to confirm with Councillor McDonald about his transactions with the building, but with removing, so do you just want a total or do you want my tally so far?
Just the total.
Okay. So we're looking at 4.3% in an increase of residential tax rate right now based on the changes that have been recommended.
Thank you.
I question, are you leaving now? Oh, yes, 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 we must be mindful of that. What's that in dollars? We can ask that question. Ms. Russell, Councillor McGillis would like to know the dollar number. I'm not sure exactly what dollar number, savings dollars, reduction in dollars, the tax rate dollars. Reduction.
My apologies, can you repeat? It's a $660,000 reduction.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Landry,
Can I
cutting into...
Just through you, can I ask one more favor? Can you just itemize, I'm just trying to get, can you itemize very quickly where where you're coming up with those numbers? Thanks.
Okay. So shared services, a reduction of 442,983. The ECDEV BR&E project, we removed the $85,000 project, but also removed the $42,500 funding to offset the project. Tourism, Glengarry Highland Games, we added $5,000. Library surplus, we will be adding additional revenue from surplus of $132,135. And for the building expense for the washroom, we will be removing the $60,000 cost for the washroom, but adding $40,000 into reserves, which totals the $660,404.
Thank you. Is there anything further?
May I
Yes, ma'am.
one other item that's in there that isn't mentioned yet, because there's a variance if anyone added up what I just said. There's an OSIF increase that we're anticipating, but Ben hasn't spoken about it yet, but it will be $27,786 in additional revenue.
And that's included in the 660.
It's included in the 660. I know it's coming, so I included it already.
You stole his thunder.
Sorry.
If there's nothing else, seeing that, Mr. DeHaan.
$43 million.
Okay.
No,
Lunch.
and it dawned on me as I was putting this together, because that's what we're proposing to spend this year. If you kind of add it all up and look at expenses, it's a $43 million work year ahead of us based on the 2024 budget. And I every year it gets more and more expensive to do this work. And I look back at when I started here, which I know I look young, but it's been a while. When I started, it was about a $21 million expense. So that kind of gives you the context of how sophisticated this type of work has become, how expensive this work has become, and the type of investment we're putting into our road network. But that being said, I think you need to, or not, excuse me, I think council, I hope they appreciate that these investments that we've been making year over the year, kind of what it means out there for the residents that enjoy those services. And I know we've heard it. Yes, there are always challenges, and if the roads were perfect and paved with gold, I think one could argue that we're spending too much money. But the fact that we have a great balance of needs across our road network, to me, suggests that we're spending wisely and we're investing correctly in the infrastructure that we have, because it's quite a significant road network. So from my chair, I've always appreciated council's support to invest in the infrastructure. I recognize it's not easy. It asks a lot of residents, and it's no different this year, of course, because it's, as again, we've kind of highlighted at the start of this, it was a challenging budget year. When we get to options, I'm going to talk more about things that we'd like to be included back into the budget rather than options to take out, but there's certainly those there too for council's consideration, but that gives you a sense of maybe where we started versus what you see in front of you, and some of those things that we're I guess sacrificing this year to the benefit of the I guess the grand budget that we're trying to provide to our residents here in SDG. So let's very quickly, and Mr. Warden, please give me a signal when you want me to stop and break for lunch, because I've got, as one can imagine, a number of slides ahead of me here. In 2023, we rehabilitated and paved 45 kilometers of road, so we accomplished year one of that 4-year plan that council saw when we started off together in this term. And the budget that we have in front of us for 2024 continues that plan and meets the objectives that we set out. So that to us continues to be a priority, and I'm grateful we were able to get the work done last year. We did it on budget, and we look forward to continuing to deliver for residents and maintaining the roads that we've got. We inspected, replaced, repaired numerous storm sewers and culverts across SDG. We completed the rehabilitation of South Nation Bridge, and beautiful sunrise over top of a new bridge there, so a very artistic picture from my perspective. We also rehabilitated Hoople Creek Bridge right outside Ingleside, north of Ingleside, and that was another successful project that we were able to put together and deliver relatively quickly, given some of the financial constraints we were faced with some budgets last year. Other work we did with our bridge infrastructure was the repairs to the Baldwin Bridge, which was a waterproof and pave, as well as some concrete sealing and some brushing removal out there to make sure that we have good airflow across that structure. Again, those are the types of things we invest that way. It helps to extend the life of the roadway. Similarly, at Bridge End Bridge, we were having some challenges with settlement at the abutments, and so we've completed a drainage repair there to help eliminate that settlement issue that's been ongoing for many years now. Replaced a number of culverts, including but not limited to Cardinal Municipal Drain, McDonald Robertson, Sova, and the Fraser Creek culvert. We continue on with our design work and preparation for some future big projects that we'll probably get into a little bit more detail later on, which includes County Road 22, Dyer Road, that reconstruction project, County Road 34 and County Road 10, so Main Street, Lucky Hill Street in Alexandria, as well as some 2024 and 2025 bridge projects that are required. Other accomplishments this year is we did buy a new sweeper that we're using as essentially a regional solution to some ongoing challenges we had with village sweeping. The unit's working. We had a successful year, and we're excited to continue to offer that service to local municipalities on a go-forward basis, and that's on a cost recovery. So I hope and I'm confident that each local municipality has seen some savings in that activity when compared to previous years. Purchased a new snowplow as part of our equipment replacement plan, and then of course other units that we've purchased throughout the year. And again, those are all per our equipment replacement plan that we continue to invest in what we need to be able to do the work we do. I thought it was important as well to talk about some of the collaboration that we've done with local municipalities over the past year as part of our program. We did begin the Regional Waste Management Working Group, and to my account, it's been a very successful working group. I'm seeing, as someone that essentially is providing administrative support, not necessarily benefiting, directly from the work, but rather trying to help support that work. I think it's going well. Just recently, there was a trip to the GFL facility, because there's a lot of local municipalities that are considering that as an option, if not already having it, and then actually looking towards, can we do something all together to provide maybe some better costs and some more long-term opportunities there, and it seems to be catching on, and also the involvement of the City of Cornwall has been very beneficial to that working group, and they're a key part in kind of working on solutions and trying to find regional answers to the problems that we have in waste management. As I mentioned, the road sweeping, we've provided that service for local municipalities. We've increased weed spraying support with Phil on board. He's actually taking a more active role to help initiate and complete weed spraying at on local municipal roads. We are working on a regional road rationalization, we have a working group established, and we've been going through some work where at some point in 2024 we'll come back to council with some of the findings of kind of what we've been looking at in terms of, you know, a global view of our road network across SDG. Procurement, we continue to provide procurement services for local municipalities and want to continue to do that. We think we all benefit from joining together and having large joint tenders. GIS, I didn't talk about it too much I didn't hit it in the GIS presentation, but we're working right now on a digital e-patrolling solution. So using our GIS software, can we create an in-house digital patrolling solution that provides electronic records for not only SDG but local municipalities as well. And our investment in Permit Central has allowed for increased collaboration and cooperation as we're doing public work permits across the board. So that's been 2023, and I wanted a brief overview there before we start talking about 2024. So.
On how ready the food is before we continue. Yes, so we'll break for lunch, Mr. DeHaan, at this point. And we'll return after lunch. Kimberly. Kimberly. Are we going to ratify? This will go smoothly? This is about ratifying the bylaw? And
Well,
putting it
no,
to bed?
not the budget bylaws. The budget, that's just ratifying the meeting in general, confirmation bylaw. The ratifying bylaw will come back in January.
January, okay,
Yeah.
good. I just want to be clear on that. Thank you. So, Mr. Hahn, I'm not sure if we got through everything. I don't recall, it was so long ago.
Yeah, no, I guess we're getting into 2024, so the actual, what we're here to talk about today. So first thing to talk about is revenue for 2024 in terms of the income we're expecting to come in to offset some of the expenditures we're proposing. There's no significant change in the annual revenues. As Ms. Russell had pointed out, the OSIF funding is slightly increased, but not to a point where we're changing percentages. It's the percentage of a percentage where the increase we are seeing. But I can report back to council, like my colleagues across Eastern Ontario, we're one of the few that are actually trending in the increased direction. There's a lot more that have seen some cuts, and I'm sure locally you might be experiencing that as well. So maybe a little bit of a good news, but not necessarily a great news story. We're continuing to use bridge reserves to offset 2024 expenses, and that's something we've continued on, and a practice that council has supported, which is essentially the money we're not spending on bridges in 2023 due to projects being shifted around or coming in under budget. We're saving that money, reinvesting it into 2024, and that's what's proposed this year. One thing we did propose this year to help offset some of the fiscal challenges we're faced with is we had a reserve to repair an embankment at the adjacent to the Black River Bridge. We're suggesting we had budgeted for it, weren't able to complete the work because of a requirement for property acquisition. That's still not resolved. So what we're suggesting is let's just use that right now to offset some of our expenses this year, and then rebudget for it whenever we're in a position to execute that in that project. Big thing, and of course I think my expectation is that council will want to have a robust discussion about this at the end of this presentation, is County Road 22. Right now, just for context, in terms of how we are funding the work, we're budgeting to complete the work next year. We should be in a strong position to complete that work next year based on how things are lining up. We are proposing to use reserves that we have saved up for to offset the cost of this project, and that's sorry, I don't have it in front of me. I'm going to suggest 1.2 million roughly. Am I in the right ballpark for 22? What we've saved up, Rebecca?
For the County Road 22,
Yep.
2.2 million.
Oh, excuse me, 2.2. I've got my numbers mixed up. Thank you. So yeah, of course, 2.2, and then the financing. We're suggesting we use financing to offset the remaining costs. So the total project cost is 8.8. So ultimately, when we talk about this project and the impact to taxpayers, really the impact starts in 2025 and beyond, because it's, finishing the work and then getting the financing in place, and then the debt repayment, and maybe some of the strategies on how we buffer ourselves for that is what we can have a good discussion on as we move forward. Looking at the expenses side of the work that we do in 2024, we do see an increase in a lot of the operational expenses that I'll go over in the next several minutes. It's really based on our continued historical trends, costs, and expectations that we see. So there's a lot of science and a lot of analysis that goes into how we set these budgets, but for patching and sweeping, we're seeing a requirement for more effort at intersections. So we are budgeting to increase that budget to match the efforts that we're seeing out in the at intersections. We are able to decrease shoulder maintenance, and again, you may recall we're eliminating one grader from our inventory. It's right now with South Dundas. We're always going to have to grade, but with paved shoulders, the requirement and the need is reducing more and more every time we pave another shoulder. But not all shoulders are paved, and there still is a necessary requirement to pull some material back against our paved shoulders just to maintain that infrastructure. But we're able to reduce that effort. The mowing, brushing, and roadside maintenance expense is increasing. And again, that's just coming from that increased effort and expenses associated with roadside tree removals. I won't spend too much time talking about that because I'm sure we've spent a lot of time, I know we've spent a lot of time talking about tree removal efforts over the past year. On operations, continuing on, we've increased our budget for culverts, drainage, and ditching work that we're proposing to do next year. Signage, lighting, and railway budget has also increased, and one of the I guess one of the consequences, and it's not a negative consequence, but a consequence of kind of clarifying the ownership of intersection signs on every county road. So now that's something that we have taken responsibility for, whereas in several years prior, we hadn't taken that responsibility for the intersection name signs at county local roads. We appreciate that a lot of road signs are very popular with people, and so we're seeing a lot more road signs being taken from poles and taken as souvenirs. And so that, of course, to replace all these things does require a little bit more time and effort and money. We've also increased our inventory with the advanced fingerboard sign program that we've installed, and that program's been installed across all of the county, and those will get hit by errant vehicles. Again, similarly, if it's a popular roadside name, we might see them disappear. So there is some requirement to maintain that inventory. In the plowing spreading, we do have an increase as a result of that rolling average cost, as well as our sunk contract costs associated with that activity. And winter maintenance materials is also increased based on our tendered, we're in a multi-year tender, and so the unit rates for that, for salt, for example, does go up. I can say, like, we're not budgeting for more salt being, in terms of tonnage, we try and maintain a similar tonnage year over year. And one thing we're always looking at, and I assure Council, we're always looking at ways to reduce reduce this budget. For example, one of the items we're considering for spring of 2024 is looking at a different product that we'd use for our anti-icing spraying that we're doing, looking at something a little more cost effective than magnesium chloride or the sodium chloride calcium, thank you, calcium chloride. Sodium chloride's brine. Calcium chloride that we currently use. So we're not afraid to experiment with materials and try and find ways to save some money there. On the resurfacing front, again, I mentioned this before, but I'll say it again. We're on year 2 of our 4-year plan. So we're focusing on the blue area. As much as I tried to change it to North Dundas roads to pave this year, I couldn't find a buy-in there, but I'm kidding. So we are focusing on the blue area this year. Last year was the pink roads. And, this was, again, this readjusted program to create some efficiencies. And I can say that the paving was done in record time last year. If you're, driving in and around that area, you probably noticed that too. We had a very efficient contractor, very few mobilizations. And so by virtue, it was a very good contract done very quickly. And kudos to staff for considering this type of work and how we can re-envision things to make it more efficient. So year 2 is proposed, and that total is $11.5 million this year. And again, this is something we've followed for the last 13 years, so I guess commend Council for continuing to invest in this type of work and make sure we're putting the money into the infrastructure to keep it in the state that it's in right now. We're proposing some microsurfacing in 2024 as well. It's $532,000, and those are based on areas detailed on Table 2, page 67 of the report, if you're looking specifically for which areas we're proposing to do. Again, this is something that we do as part of our asset management plan. It's very cost effective when it's performed at the right time and helps to extend the life of the roadway. So depending on how spring goes too, if there's a need to move some sites around, but the budget we've proposed and the areas we've proposed have been provided to Council, and if we recommend any changes, obviously we'd come back and discuss those with Council and the reasons why we'd be recommending a change. In 2024, this is our skin patching, and I thought I'd maybe call it something a little bit different because I don't know if skin patching really describes it or kind of captures what we're attempting to accomplish with this work. It's thin lift paving, and what it is, it's somewhere in between a microsurface and a full resurfacing. The idea behind it is that it helps to maintain a roadway as well as keep it together. Something you might need to do if, for example, on County Road 5, where there's a high demand for patching and where the road is essentially falling apart. apart, and we're trying to just hold that road together until we get to that stage of reconstruction. The other thing that it does is it's a little bit better than a microsurfacing in terms of its ability to maintain and extend service life of a roadway. So we're proposing thin lift paving in 2 locations next year, on County Road 12 between Berwick and Chrysler, as well as County Road 5. And County Road 5 really is that holding strategy, trying to maintain the road so it doesn't fall apart on us while we work towards a full reconstruction type of project, which is not in the short-term horizon, but rather in the long-term horizon, realistically, for the county. When we look at our capital works that are proposed in 2024, talking about ongoing projects, there's really no, the ongoing project section of the budget, there's really no significant change compared to 2023. The activities that we're including are traffic counting, guide rail installation, centerline painting, specialty marking, so those year-over-year things that we need to do to keep the system operating and safe and maintained to a certain standard. Looking at the getting ready side of the 2024 capital project or capital budget, we do include the rehab and replacement of culverts in advance of our paving work. So that's really what the getting ready is about, is that we want to replace culverts before we are over top of it with a paver going, oh crap, we should have fixed this pipe before we started. So we do see an increase in that based on the identified needs that we have in front of us. The work that's proposed is valued at about $695,000 based on the culverts we need to replace. So one thing, we thought that this was, a bump that we weren't happy to see, but recognized we needed to, it's not, I don't necessarily know if there's a lot of choice in the matter, if you can forgive me for kind of characterizing it this way. It's got to get done. But one thing we thought was a very important inclusion in the 2024 budget is to actually get an engineering student hired next year, where we can actually have them go and do a comprehensive review of all of our culverts across SDG. Our first focus, of course, is going to be on where we're proposing to do the 4-year plan. It's been a long time since we've done a comprehensive review of all of our culverts. We have done one in the past, so we have a good inventory, but it's having the time and capacity to be able to spend it looking and getting into and providing, a sound rating of all those culverts. And the purpose of this, of course, is to then start to plan a little bit further ahead so we don't see a big spike in the future and we can better buffer against the future demands here. On the road side of things, we are proposing, of course, to continue on with the design work on County Road 34, which is Alexandria Main Street. Our expectation is we'll complete that detailed design this year and have something where we have some good budgets for both ourselves and North Glengarry, so that we can prepare for that project. And of course, the other big project this year is the County Road 22 project, and unintentionally missing the last zero in that budget. So it's projected right now at $8.8 million. We're just getting towards the end of detailed design, so we're in that the final push of the review. And I know Mike and the team there are working very closely on securing all the land and getting the land done. We're working towards all the municipal drain requirements. So everything's lining up to be in good shape to get that project done last year. And the cost for that project, again, as I mentioned, is offset completely by the reserves that we've put aside, as well as financing that'll be necessary to pay for that work. Other special projects proposed next year, we have included a storm sewer lining project in Lunenburg. This is a result of some of the CCTV work we have continued to do over the past several years. We've identified that the Lunenburg storm sewer is nearing the end of its service life, so it does need to have a rehabilitation on it. And ideally, if we can get in there and line it, it's a lot cheaper than having to go in and dig it up and replace it. So that's proposed next year. And the Regional Waste Management Working Group has asked through myself as admin to include a $10,000 budget item in the county's budget. And what that's intended to do is to help fund some training opportunities for the group as a whole, as well as we're entering into a era where their blue box is transitioning from municipalities' pay to producer pay. In an ideal world, the person that puts the blue box at the end of the driveway is not going to notice a difference, and everything continues on as it has before. I think the reality is that we need to make sure we provide the right kind of information to all of our residents across the region so that they're prepared for this potential change and potential change of service. And to that end, because it's something that we see, we at the county can provide the kind of regional / consistent messaging. And our suggestion is, and we've worked with Todd. Todd's been a great resource to the Regional Waste Management Working Group. And this will help if we need to, engage in, do some advertising or radio spots, whatever that might be. Like that we've got some money we can dig into to help the collective group on that one. Bridge projects that are proposed for next year, we are proposing to budget $700,000 for the Crooks-McLeod box culvert. This is a picture of it. I can assure you that that is not normal, and that is not what we like to see with our bridges. And I can also tell you that that's a picture of someone standing up, looking down the culvert, and at the other end, that person is pretty much standing in the culvert. So to get a sense of how collapsed that culvert actually is, and it's not new. I hope I can assure council this is not something that's just happened overnight. It's been slowly subsiding, actually, since its installation. So. And you can see by the condition of it, not the picture on the right, but the picture on the left, the condition of it's not bad. And it isn't, unfortunately, it isn't a culvert that's reaching the end of its kind of natural service life, but rather as a result of whatever conditions were underneath that culvert, the time it was installed has resulted in the, essentially the sinking of it at one point. And of course, the concrete can only flex so much before it starts to crack. So we had, in our original budget submission, we had proposed to complete this entire project. We recognize that, yes, this is not a new issue. It's, it's slowly been getting worse. Why it's, you'll probably hear about it again in December whenever our consultant comes to deliver the OSIM results. We are actively monitoring it on a monthly basis or bi-weekly? Weekly basis. So we have staff going out there to measure to see if we are seeing some change in deflection of this culvert. To date, we haven't seen any. It's stable, but it is something like that's the kind of state it's in. What we're suggesting to council in terms of a minimum budget to include in 2024 is actually budget to buy the structure itself. And we've done this in the past. We pre-purchase the structure, have it ready to go. And if council is so willing to add more money into the budget, this is an area where we'd certainly encourage some additional funds to be able to do the complete replacement. $700,000 represents about half of the entire project. But definitely if that doesn't get included, it's something that will be included next year and will be ready to go. And in the event that there is, we do start to see a complete failure of this culvert, we'll at least have the box ready to go too, so we can actually get the replacement done expeditiously if need be. So we're mitigating the risk to the best extent possible, but not necessarily that this is there is risk associated with this project. The other projects we've got proposed for next year, the Inkerman Bridge replacement, we've talked about this one previously. We already have pre-purchased the steel girders that are going to be part of this replacement. The entire bridge is going to get replaced from the abutments up. So we've got the budget included to do that work. Again, there's some deterioration here, which at some point will become critical, where we actually have to post-load the bridge. That's something, again, where, type of structure we're actually monitoring on a regular basis, having a report come back to us to confirm, everything remains stable. But we do need to do this one, and we have budgeted to do the replacement in 2024. We have also budgeted to do the Martintown Bridge rehabilitation. This bridge, at the point in its life where a rehabilitation is necessary to maintain and extend the service life, may not look bad from the pictures you see, but does require that intervention so that it doesn't get to a state where we have to be monitoring it or be concerned and half buying a structure and being ready to replace it at a moment's notice. So again, wise investment to be able to execute this one in 2024. Other projects being proposed, we are proposing to line Eastman Creek, replace the Wirt Municipal Drain, to complete a hydraulics design study in partnership with the City of Cornwall as well as the Township of South Glengarry on what is our Boundary Road Bridge. South Glengarry owns the next bridge downstream, and that bridge is also in a state where it needs to be replaced. So by doing a hydraulic study, we can actually better select bridge sizes or box culvert types that may provide a lower cost solution when compared to a full bridge replacement. So that's the intention there. So we're sharing that budget or sharing that cost. We have proposed some miscellaneous bridge maintenance work across SDG, same thing that I talked about with Baldwin Bridge, where we're doing lining, waterproof and paving, trying to extend the service life of our structures. We have $100,000 earmarked for continued working ahead on our bridge designs so that we have tender-ready and shelf-ready projects to go, and just a minor budget associated with some cleanup on the bridges that we worked on this year. Moving along with equipment, we do continue to budget for fleet operating expenses and in-house rental recovery. So what we do there is operating expenses is how much it costs us to continue to keep these vehicles on the roadway, and maintenance and fuel expenses, things like that. Whenever we do how we manage our activities is that if, for example, the staff are out doing a patrol, not only are they marking their hours towards that activity, they're marking the cost of, the truck that they're using against that activity. So we're renting our equipment to ourselves as a way to monitor our costs. So we do budget for a rental recovery because it is a little bit of a quote unquote in and out. So so we try and balance how much it costs us to operate the equipment versus how much we're renting it, and that tells us that we're kind of maintaining some competitiveness in terms of what our rates are for our trucks and our snowplows and our tractors and things like that. The new equipment that's proposed in 2024, again, consistent with our equipment replacement schedule. We have one new snowplow proposed, and that's already been pre-purchased. Council's approved that pre-purchase. It's actually budgeting for it now. We have two double crew cabs proposed. That's at $75,000 for each one of those. We're buying two new one-ton dump chassis at $80,000 each. And one thing we do is if our existing dump bodies, so the dump unit itself and the cylinders and all that are in good shape, we'll just reuse those, and that's what's proposed this year. We're going to reuse those existing dump bodies. We have budgeted for two long arm flails, two pickups, and one new administration vehicle, and then the stuff that this is replacing becomes surplus and is sold via surplus auction. On the facility side of things for the transportation department, we do need to do a tarp repair at the St. Andrews Patrol. That's a picture. We have a rip at the peak, and that's something, unfortunately, that occurs, I don't want to say regularly because it makes it sound like every year, but that's a common maintenance issue for us, and that's an ongoing cost that we've got to invest. So we are proposing $10,000 for that. Our fueling systems at all of the patrols are at the end of service life for the electronic monitoring component of it. So we do have like a key fob type of system that actually, it knows what piece of equipment's getting fueled up and can track and provide us with information on how much fuel we put into this snowplow versus this pickup, and as well as who filled it up. So we can control permissions through that as well. Unfortunately, that's just that system has now reached the end of its life, and we do need to replace it. So we've been quoted $60,000 to do that. And we continue to do miscellaneous shop repairs. We talked about it on the road tour, some of the challenges we have at some of our old shops. This is a picture of this fall. We took a wall off of an area that's actively leaking, and some of the 2x4s, there was more strength in some of the dust I collect off the ground than there was in the 2x4s. So we're quickly reaching the end of the life of these shops. Again, coming back to the idea of some of the things we've included in the budget but have pulled out, but we really need to start turning our minds to the replacement and getting prepared for that. And I know I keep giving maybe a little bit of bad news, but that's the reality of we can keep patching, but you can only patch so long before it becomes time to make some tougher decisions. For reserves, we're proposing to put $70,000 into our equipment reserve, and that's just based on the value of the surplus equipment that we're selling in 2024. So some of those items that I mentioned previously of what we're purchasing, those things become surplus, the ones that are done. And so we're expecting to regain about $70,000 in revenue from those sales. One thing we had normally done, but actually pulled out of the budget this year, is we're not putting any money into our building reserve. Up until this point, since the date the salt storage facilities were built to this point, we've been putting $175,000 a year away to eventually replace those facilities at the end of their life, which is still a long ways away. But this is just a year where the fiscal challenges that we had in front of us made us reevaluate that. But again, if we're looking to add money in, this is an area where I think would be wise to consider returning that reserve transaction. From the administrative office side of things, wages are reflecting cost of living adjustments. And I do say, like I know everybody knows, that I'm seconded to North Dundas for the time being. So we do have that cost of the additional wages associated with me being away, and the cost recovery through North Dundas included in the budget, in case anybody was wondering if that had been covered. So it has been. The training meetings and conferences has increased, and what we're seeing is we have some good engagement and professional development from our staff. We have a lot of new staff on board, and we do want to make sure that they've got their chainsaw training, they've got health and safety training, that they've continued to develop and grow. So we have increased that budget for 2024. Office and drafting and supplies, again, just to account for our software licenses, advertising, operating expenses, we do propose an increase there. Insurance and legal, we do have allowances for unplanned expenses and our overall insurance costs, which again we are expecting an increase on, and payroll and benefits costs are increased based on what we're expecting for that activity. So that is a very high-level summary of the budget, and I was going to get into options unless there's any. I guess I'll throw it to the chair.
Thank you, Ben. And at this point, if there's any questions or clarification needed for the information that Ben has provided us, now would be a good time to ask that. If everyone's comfortable, we can move to options.
Okay.
Thank you.
So as I kind of alluded to, the first draft of the budget that we had prepared really had a lot more things in it that again, we recognize we needed to come back with something that was fiscally responsible, and I think working with Rebecca, and we appreciate all the help and encouragement we got from finance to bring a budget that council would reasonably consider in staff's view. We got there, but there are several items that I want to bring back for council's consideration to be included in the 2024 budget. One, again, Crooks McLeod, I won't spend too much time on it, but it is something that is in a state where even if we don't fund this one, I think we need to be prepared to execute it if we do see some settlement on it. So I'll throw that on the radar, and it would require another approximately $700,000 to be able to fully fund it. The other project, which again is not necessarily a sexy or high cost type of project, our road weather information system, RWIS stations, which are used by ourselves and our local municipalities, are essentially at the end of their service life. The components that we have in there are non-serviceable. It's still working today, but there's no guarantee if something breaks that it will work going forward. So we do need to consider full replacement. The cost for that's about $55,000 for each unit, and that's something we use to make critical decisions for winter conditions. County Road 22, and this is where I expect maybe we'll spend a little bit of time. This is a project where, again, there's no, I guess, net financial impact to deferral of this project. We are using reserves and financing to offset the cost of this. But if council wanted to defer it, it does provide the opportunity to seek out some funding, which may reduce future debt obligations. The other option, and I know it's something with some of the savings we've talked about this morning, may be worth considering, is actually contributing to a reserve to help establish funding for repayment from the tax base, because next year, of course, we're going to be hit with the need to start repaying back the cost of this project. If we've got that capacity this year, it's certainly something that I would strongly encourage council to consider. And then what that does, not only that puts it into the tax base, but it also provides that stability going forward to be able to start thinking about the County Road 34 project, the County Road 5 project. If it's in there, we can kind of take this model, help repay 22, and then start saving for the next one, and then help pay for the next one, and kind of move forward with that. So that's something I think would be, a very prudent financial plan, but I think we also recognize the financial challenges we have with that. So that's, I guess I'll leave that one for council to chew on. Another consideration is bringing some money back in for investigation and design of the county shops. Right now there's very little energy efficiency at those shops. As I mentioned, leaking facilities, and the fact that our 2x4s are turning to dust kind of shows you the extent of the issues there. And there are ongoing maintenance issues, so every year we're budgeting a little bit of money to pull a wall off and re-insulate or fix a wall that's starting to sag and lean. So we do need to start budgeting for it. Again, I recognize that fiscal challenges, it's always nice to say, but harder to execute. And but that should be something, if council is so considered, we can invest in that type of thing. Again, I talked about the building reserves, where we were putting money into the building reserves on an annual basis. We were putting, so it was annually $175,000 because we are spending $10,000 on the tarp repair in St. Andrews. Normally what we've done when we do a tarp repair is we lessen the transfer to reserve based on how much we're spending for the repair itself. So we're suggesting $165,000 be reestablished and put into the building reserve. As I said, 2024 is the first year we haven't included this reserve in transfer. Another one, what we had proposed was the geotechnical study on County Road 2. We have several dikes on County Road 2, believe it or not, that hold back the St. Lawrence River, and that was a result of the seaway flooding. Not that this is a huge project, but we could include a $15,000 or we would like to, at some point in the near future, do a geotechnical study, check out the condition of those, make sure that they remain stable, the right material is in those dikes. So it's not a concern for us right now, but certainly a good practice to be able to get a good handle on their condition, and allows us to plan for future work if needed. Another one to consider is we had included but removed the design for the CN grade separation in Morrisburg, and that was this $56,000 item. The intention here was get some tender-ready documents, but also, I think, and most importantly, a start to the early coordination with CN Rail, because that can be a challenge with these types of projects. So we had, it'll be something that comes back. Certainly, if it doesn't get re-included this year, it'll come back next year, because we do need to start preparing for that one. If we're looking for some savings within the roads budget this year, one option for council to consider is using reserves or financing to offset the costs of the Inkerman Bridge. It's a major project this year, and there is a rationale as to why, it's not just a rehabilitation, it's an actual replacement, why there may be, why you could consider financing this one rather than funding it strictly through the tax base. Opportunity as well. I talked about some of the bridge maintenance work that we've been doing, which is like the concrete ceiling, patch repairs, simple stuff that pays off in the long run. So we budgeted $100,000. We can reduce that to $50,000. So have that effort to free up some funds. If council's looking for some significant savings, we can reduce the skin patching on County Road 5, and that would save up to $500,000 if council so desires. Again, that's keeping that road together. It's going to eliminate a lot of the patching, another cost on the other side, but certainly it's an option if council wants to go that way. And that's, I guess, those options that kind of from a high level we had identified for council, and now's time for discussion, I suppose.
Thank you for all that, Ben. And so now, questions, comments, thoughts? Councillor Bergeron, Councillor McDonald.
Through you, Warden. I have a question on County Road 5. I mean, I live near there. Hardly anyone uses that road. Every year it's flooded, every spring, and we know it's flooded, so we just go around it. So when you say to reduce the skin patching, saving $500,000, does that mean after the road is flooded, we'll be having big potholes for a year? Or what exactly do you mean?
So, all this would do is put, and you might have noticed it already, we did a little bit of skin patching out there already. It's just to continue that work. And really, it's not necessarily tied to the flooding. Absolutely, flooding's a problem there. And whenever we do get to the reconstruction of that road, the intention is to bring it above a flood elevation. But of course, like that's quite a financial obligation, right? So what we're suggesting here is we can reduce, like, right now, we're proposing to actually do a lot more of that thin lift just to make it a more passable and fill in the potholes, fill in the cracks, hold it all together. The risk is, of course, because it floods, that effort may be washed away in a really bad flood year. Absolutely, it's a risk associated with the work. But it also, like, there is a maintenance demand out there, so we do need to put a lot of time and effort into meeting the minimum maintenance standards from the road condition perspective. So this is a very, it accomplishes two things for us, but there is a risk that if it does flood, all that will, or some of it may wash away. So I don't know if that answers your question, but it is, I guess, a management strategy we're proposing this year.
Well, my question, I guess, is if we don't spend this $500,000, will the road still be, drivable?
It will, I can guarantee you it'll always meet the minimum maintenance standards.
Okay.
But will it be a comfortable road to drive on as it continues to deteriorate? That's another story.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. My question is just in regards to financing. And when I say that, Dennis Fife is in my ear right now saying, "You idiot," but what's the amortization period that we're anticipating for $6.6 million?
We were looking at a 5-year amortization period for that.
So that's what I was hoping for. So no, that's good. Thank you.
Further thoughts? Thank you. Councillor Densham.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Yeah, I'd really, in terms of the options that have been put forward, I really would want to see the work continued on County Road 22. Stopping and starting creates its own inefficiencies. In my opinion, there's a lot of public expectation given the amount of work and communication that's already gone on there. Costs are only going to increase, and again, if you're able to find grants, I suspect they can be used on other projects just as easily as on this one. So from my perspective, I know Councillor Wirt, prior to this, this was one that he kind of said to me when I was coming into this role that he really wanted to see this get done as well, and I tend to agree with that line of thinking.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Absolutely, that road needs to get done, and yesterday is kind of my thinking. And I think a 5-year amortization is desirable. However, I can't imagine how many former councillors, treasurers, and CAOs are rolling over in their grave over the counties going into debt. But I think it's prudent. I really do. It needs to get done.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald.
From the Treasury's perspective, that was very, rolling over is the interesting thing. we all know how I am, or at least Bart would know how I feel towards these types of things. Just eyes wide open. I believe at 5 years, 6.6 million, just a quick online calculator, would be $1.5 million next year and for the next 5 years. So if we're doing this, it affects next year's tax rate for something that we're not going to be able to do, 2.7 million, or 2.7% approximately. So I'm not saying don't do it or do it. It's just next year, that's 2.some% of our budget. But I do like the shorter amortization because it doesn't give it like many generations. So like I just, if we're going eyes wide open is what we have to think about.
Councillor McDonald?
On that, you're working that as part of our paving in future years or part of our big construction. Like it's not like next year we're adding $1.2 million to the budget. You're going to work it within the current parameters of the budget that we have.
So that will, sorry, you're talking the 4-year resurfacing plan, or?
No, I'm just talking about the repayment plan. Like Councillor McDonald's basically saying that it's going to be, we have our current budget and it's going to be $1.2 million more every year for 5 years. And that's what you're saying it is. So we're adding 2.5% to the budget, or whatever he...
Yeah, absolutely. So we are going to be saddled with repaying it, and that will,
Just subsequent question on that. Just on what we had done when Councillor Byvelds was here was the now needs roads, and we were taking the surpluses for that. Is that something that we would be able to continue doing and putting it onto County Road 22 to offset those payments?
If you're asking me if I think we're able to do that, I think we're able to do that. I think that can go against the loan quickly.
So just a comment, Councillor McDonald. My intention this year is any surplus for the overall surplus for the county budget. My recommendation would, since our working reserve is already at a healthy level, my recommendation would be that any surplus for our overall budget for 2023 be allocated to the Dyer Road. But any surplus allocated from roads itself does go to the Now Needs Roads Reserve, but there is nothing in it right now. We have spent it. But we are going to also look at, after 2023 is concluded, our variances of projects. We will be in a better position to determine how much we actually would need to borrow, and options will be brought to council regarding, interest rates, amortization periods, the amount of debt financing required. So there will be options that will be provided.
And thank you for that. I think that sort of clears things up, that what's going to happen in the future, we don't know yet. So to Ms. Russell's thoughts, we'll be able to modify that. I think it's more the intent of the financing. Are we comfortable with the financing? I think this is what the question should be. Councillor Landry.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. So, yeah, that's exactly where I was going. So I believe the 2.2 million that was set aside, I think 500 was set a couple of years or 3 years ago. Last year, I believe it was 1 million that was from surplus that was realigned towards that project. But food for thought, you also got to look at, I know when I first got on council, this has been going on for years where 22 is going to get done. And I remember Mr. Dahan's comments were like, you're looking at a $5 million job here estimated. Well, it's now 5, it went to 6, now we're talking 8.8. So it's only, I think, going to get, so the delay in this, I don't think we're gaining anything. We got to look at getting this done and looking at the opportunities through Mrs. Russell to identify how we can play with the numbers. Thanks.
Thank you, and it's not proper probably for me to talk about it, but we have talked about this. Some of the members of this council that have been here for a few years have talked about this, and it's been a long conversation, and some people are concerned about what the past council members would have thought and of borrowing money. We wouldn't be having this discussion today if we thought about it then, and it would have been done. And yeah, it wouldn't be 8, and it'd be 5. Yes. Councillor Lang, then Councillor McDonald.
Just add you, Lachlan, sorry. Thanks, Mr. Warden, through you. So if we go ahead and do this, we borrow 6.6 or whatever it is, pay it back over 5 years, would the expectation be that at the end of that 5 years, we might repeat the same thing to do Alexandria?
That's 100% correct, because if we then establish within the tax rate kind of this cost to do a major project, and that's coming back to this idea of, you know, adding back into this, because right now we haven't added anything in to help pay it off next year, but if you establish $400,000, $500,000 in 2024's budget, well, then it's a smaller step to get to that repayment that'll be necessary, and it's now in there, and then we're now prepared for Alexandria, and because you're absolutely right, because that's, I think, you know, I guess the crystal ball looking forward is this is how we're going to have to pay for these mega projects going forward.
All right, one more? Depending on, I don't know County Road 5. Do you guys know County Road 5? If you guys are all right with, I would, if the county that it is in is all right with it, I would be interested in taking that 500,000, putting it to do that culvert, that 700,000 you need for the McLeod culvert.
As someone that travels that road, and more frequently than some would believe, it does need some care. It's, I don't want to say it's as bad as any road. I don't want to get in that contest of comparing to other roads within the counties, but it does suffer. It does suffer, and I think there's a plan. Anyway, I have a disagreement with my fellow councillor on that. It is has been a major transportation route for transportation companies to come from 16, would it be, or 15, the Brinston Road, 16 over to 31, and so it is a crossroad. So.
I'm gonna go with whatever you guys decide, whoever I would vote on that. My only thought was that we're looking at a culvert, to me, that looks like could shut down a road if it decides to move a little more or whatever, and compared to a road that may be uncomfortable to travel. That was my thought.
Good thought. Councillor McGillis.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Getting back to County Road 5 again too. When you say skin patching, it's a light layer over the top of the road, which is going to prolong its life. The question I have is, how long is it going to prolong the life? And when are we looking at refurbishing the road, or do we have to go back to reconstructing the road? And when is that timeline?
Yeah, so that again, not a high traveled roadway. We're well under 1,000 cars a day on that roadway. We did a similar treatment on County Road 17 between Williamstown and County Road 27, and from everything we see, it's actually held up very, very well. So that's probably 5 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago.
That's longer than that.
So
that's 10 years ago at least.
Okay,
and
well,
that was that was tar and chip that you put the skin patch over.
Yeah.
So it wasn't actually asphalt even.
Yeah, so it can actually hold a road together like that with low volume for a very long time. What works against County Road 5, so I'd love to say 10 years. What works against County Road 5 is that the South Nation River floods once every 3 years and washes away part of that roadway. And so we could put new asphalt down and see it washed away the next year, and that is nature's way of reminding us it's more powerful than us. In terms of when we're reconstructing it, we have done work to identify how we can lift that roadway above the floodplain and to make sure it doesn't flood in the future. But that's quite a project in itself. And the reality is that we've got some pretty significant a pretty significant project ahead of us in Alexandria, after which I'd suggest County Road 5 would be the next priority. So we're probably still 10 years away if I'm just being honest with council. So from a skin patching perspective, it's going to hold it until it gets washed away, or we need to do a little bit more.
Are there other thoughts on the options, the things to take out, the things to include? I think we're comfortable with the financing end of it. And then the box culvert's been mentioned, or the bridge, and then thoughts on County Road 5, savings of $500,000 that would be reallocated, I'm suspecting, towards what Councillor Lang is talking about. Thoughts on that stuff? Councillor Lang.
You could go back up to the 5.5% and do both. I don't know, we're 600 and some thousand below where we were. You want to, I don't know, it's an idea.
Well, some of the thoughts that have been bandied about, and back up to your thought of 5.5%, that's where we essentially started. And it's not unreasonable, 5.5%. We have infrastructure, we have pride in our roads. We think and rightly so, we think we have the best road system of its type in Ontario. And it didn't get that way by letting things fall apart. And our public truly appreciate the quality of the roads, the maintenance of the roads. It's unfortunate that the economy is the way it is, but who can forecast that it's going to be much better next year? Jason, Councillor Broad can.
Thank you, Warden, through you. I'd like to see us do County Road 5 to prepare that. It does get to have that weather issue, and I think we should prepare for the culvert replacement for 2025. I think we should execute Ben's plan, purchase the $700,000 worth of material, and have that as a priority in our 2025 budget to replace that culvert.
Thank you for your thoughts. Yeah, and not that I want to steer the direction, but I just want to steer the meeting. So if we can continue with the discussion, or we have the proposal that's in front of us to spend the 5.5 and make sure the road network stays in the shape that we hope it remains. Thoughts? Councillor Williams.
Well, as far as the culvert goes, if it shifts and becomes dangerous, it's going to have to be done. So we're, I think if we're prepared if we have to be prepared to do that, obviously, if it's necessary. And if we're lucky, we won't have to. So if we do County Road 5, and then hopefully do the culvert, I agree with you.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, I think the same thing. We're buying the material for, we're buying the culvert, right, this year, so 2024. So we'll have the culvert there. I do want to say that we do have $29 million in reserves. So if it takes that we have to take some money out of reserves to get that done, then I think we can do that. So I agree with Councillor Broad.
Okay, so at this point, I'm just going to go around, take a look at everyone and see what we can stomach. I think there's been a good suggestion put forward to help maintain or to ensure we maintain the quality of our road system.
Sorry, I don't know what you're asking.
Well, what's been suggested by Councillor Broad, that we, and Councillor Lang brought the number up, 5.5%, the box culvert is purchased. Is that not what's been suggested? You're suggesting taking out of reserves to save the 700,000, or
The box culvert's already being purchased.
it's already been purchased. So you want to keep the bucket.
So we're just sticking with the status quo of the budget. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, I could just follow up. I think my intention was not to delete anything, not add anything. So the 700,000 was in the budget to purchase, and the County Road 5 work was in the budget. So not increasing, going back to the 5.5, Councillor's Lang point, recognize the savings we've already done throughout the day, and stay the status quo on Director DeHaan's presented budget was my intentions.
Thank you. I had most of it right. I had the 5.5 right.
I'm in favor of that.
Thank you. So that's what. So what was just been said: maintain the status quo. 5.5. Are we come? No, that's right, because we've been reduced by 400. 400. Thank you. Yeah, I'll get it right yet. I'm glad we have all day. Thank you. One of those two. Okay. What's been presented in the budget? And I see a head nod there. Perfect. I just had to stretch it out. So is there any other questions to be had for anyone that's here? anything that's been presented? I think, Madam CAO, you want to talk about some of the other things
Right.
that are in front of us?
Thank you, Mr. Warden. On page 17, there's a summary of the council donation requests, and we've indicated what is included in the 2024 budget, and then we've also listed additional donation requests. Page 17. So there's 35 currently included, which includes the county fairs, Habitat for Humanity, the St. Lawrence River Institute, and $1,000 for a miscellaneous donation. And then we have a list of the additional requests down below, which are, Social Development Council at $72,337. The United Way, the Last Resort Fund request for $120,000. The Eastern Ontario Agri-Food Network at $35,000. The Royal Canadian Legion Ontario Command 11th Annual Military Service Recognition Book Sponsorship at $1,095. The SDG Historical Society, that 1784 event that's planned for June 2024 at $12,000. So those items are items that are pending right now with council. And so if council would like to give us direction, or if we want to get any additional information, then I'm available for council's questions.
Okay, thank you. So, as Madam CEO suggests, thoughts on any of that? We have the included in the draft budget, and then we have the additional donation requests. I think we all have that information in front of us. Thoughts on, let's just talk about the included in the 2024 draft budget. Thoughts on that, those 4 items. Councillor Dencham.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And it's tough to parse between the two in terms of the comment I want to make. These are all really good organizations, really good ideas. But what my impression of for the council budget of $30,000 is really it's an opportunity for council to look at things in a given year that they want to give special attention to. And things like the county fairs, Habitat for Humanity, and other things like that, once they've been looked at once, my thought was it would be more appropriate to start to move them, if we're going to continue to support them, and given the fact that council has already said this is important, that we start to move those things into a more appropriate budget going forward. So things like economic development or tourism, or even, for example, the Royal Canadian Legion book sponsorship, that would be better in the library fund as a potential opportunity. So many of these things, I'm not talking about the social development, I'm talking more about the things like the Eastern Ontario Agri-Food Network, the book, the SDG Historical Society. Some of these things would fit, I think, nicely into things like the RIP program, to be able to go in and build your case, measured against the other things, and if that means we need to change the format for the RIP to allow some things to qualify that may not right now, then I think that's a good idea. Otherwise, I think what happens, especially when it comes to the council donation, is it's a way for organizations to skip the queue. We already have departments that look at things like economic development and tourism and library. And if they don't get the response they want from those, they kind of get a chance to skip the queue and go to council and say, hey, can I have some money? And I just don't think we want to approach it that way. I would rather us, as a council, with that money, look at it and say, is there something special on the horizon that we'd like to look at and support this year to see if it potentially could be something new. But if we continue to support things year after year out of this budget, I think it would be better to put it into a budget or into a department where it belongs and allow council to focus on new ideas and creative ideas. Hopefully that was clear.
It was interesting, that's for sure. Yeah, no, it's a different way to process these requests, and I think it deserves consideration. But to today, I go to Councillor McDonald.
I do agree with Councillor Densham on some of those items, like county fairs that we actually, I think we have to give to those. I think there's a requirement through the OFA or something that we're, anyways, I think we do, but you know, that should be somewhere else. But I think that's more of a discussion at a committee of the whole meeting in the future to decide how we want to handle that. If I'm looking at for today, I definitely think the 4 that we have included in the 2024 budget draft, I'm fine with. I would like to see the SDG Historical Society for $12,000 be added. I would like the Social Development Council, the United Way, and the Eastern Ontario Agri-Food Network to be put on hold until we see what the City of Cornwall is going to do, and through discussions with them, because I'm not prepared. The minute that we say okay to these requests, they'll be here every year after that, and these are provincial responsibilities. So I truly think that we need to sit back a little bit on those, and we need to put pressure on the provincial government to fund these things that were funded prior. So.
Thank you for your thoughts, and yes, and I see those things as being, I think, downloaded, I guess we could say, downloaded to us, or some of those aspects, the ones you mentioned. I'm curious to your thought on the Royal Canadian Legion. I think that's about the only one you didn't touch on.
Sorry, truthfully, I get it, and you know, the legions are important, but you know, it's just an ad in a book that doesn't really see the light of day to too many people. I'd rather us give $1,000 every year to each different legion in the area and let them do something with it on Remembrance Day, or put it into something else that has to do locally. I just think that all it is an ad, and it doesn't, I don't know that it's really something that's affecting our veterans locally in SDG.
Thank you for your thoughts. Councillor Williams, then Councillor Gaino, then Councillor McGillis.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Yes, I agree with Councillor McDonald on his comments with regards to including those various asks, and deferring the Social Development Council and the United Way ask for precisely the reason that he said. Because I think we are going to, one way or another, going to have to establish a strategy of advocacy in order to be able to address the province on these ongoing downloads. You know, we can't afford to take over, you know, the issue of poverty at a county level. It's just, we just don't have the resources to do it. So the only thing I would change from what Councillor McDonald said was the Eastern Ontario Agri-Food Network. The United Counties of Prescott and Russell have already passed their budget, and they included the $35,000 in their budget. If we were to approve the $35,000 today, it would support the Prescott-Russell allocation, and then it would probably, and I think this would be a good thing for the Agri-Food Network, because after all I sit on the board, but it would probably put some added pressure on the City of Cornwall to actually match that same donation. And the truth of the matter is the Agri-Food Network is in the midst of an effort to make this a truly regional organization, so that it supports from north to south and east to west across the Far East here. And so each municipality really needs to put in the same amount of money in order to be able to derive the same benefits from the organization. So I would encourage Council to approve the $35,000 today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Then Councillor Gaino.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Through you, I do agree with what Councillor McDonald and Councillor Williams are saying with respect to some of these issues being a provincial responsibility. But the reality is the province doesn't have something in place at this time. So specifically with the last resort fund, I would like to see us make a one-time cash injection into that program, because if we don't do so without the provincial programs in place, we're going to allow local residents to slip through the cracks. So I agree this can't be something that we fund every year, but until we have really worked on that advocacy piece, until there is something in place at the provincial level, I would really like to see us consider this. This money isn't going to any overhead costs for United Way, the Gap Base Center, or the House of Latherith. It goes straight to the people who need it most. And the organizations that are running this, are the ones on the front line, so they know how to spend that money where it needs to go. So I really do think that this is, we've had a lot of talk about what is a good strategy in terms of homelessness. And in my opinion, the best strategy is prevention. And this is really what this program, it does. It helps people before they lose their accommodation. So I would really like to see a one-time cash injection, but I do agree with you that this can't be something on the go forward, but if we don't have something in place, with the province not having something in place for next year, we're letting a lot of people slip through the cracks. So I'd like to see just for, one time, $100,000 equals a 0.18% increase in the budget to help the most vulnerable people in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McGillis.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Warden. I just wanted to bring up some of the benefits that we receive from the Social Development Council. I talked to Councillor McDonald prior to this meeting, and I know that what was said is that pretty well the province is not pulling their weight in terms of a lot of the funding that should be put out there for different reasons and for different associations. We know that they're back at, they need to be more accountable, and I'll say that out loud. There's a lot of downloading, and it's continuing to happen. And this is why we're in such a situation we are in, all municipalities throughout not only Ontario but Canada. But I'm getting off the topic a little bit. I'm getting back to the Social Development Committee. They are a very beneficial organization to this community, and they deal with the Ontario Health and Municipal Recruitment, which is a priority for this council too as well, and also the City of Cornwall. Funding will help continue their work, and their well-being plan, which is technically a mandate of this county and all SDG in the City of Cornwall, and they've been doing their work without the funding through us and through the city. And if we do the work that they're doing in-house, it would cost us a lot more to do it here than it would what they're doing for us. So, and then the letters support and speak volumes of the work in their community and what they do. And I don't know, I understand, again, if we continue to do what the provincial government is supposed to be doing in terms of funding and grants and things like that, they're going to back off and continue not to do anything. And I think we talked about that many times over and over. So I don't know. I'm advocating for this organization because of all the work they do, and they do it for us. And if we have to do it ourselves again, it's going to cost us more in the long run. So I don't know. It's a benefit to our community, what they do. And I know they were here advocating for funding, and they said a lot of things that were important to this community. And I know maybe Councillor McDonald will probably respond to this, but I think it's important just to say and put it on the table for the importance of this organization.
Thank you for your thoughts on that. And then I think I'm going to look at Councillor McDonald, and then Councillor Landry, then Councillor Williams.
Thank you. I'm probably of same mind as Councillor MacDonald, and I come at it as that we just told our road services that we're not going to put $165,000, which has traditionally been in our budget, in the budget for the replacement of our buildings, our salt storage facilities. So if I just think it's one of those scope things, right? Like we're not supporting our own scope, something we've always done that is good financial practice that we'll have to pay for later. So if we're not willing to do that, and I'm very much a mandate person, this is outside our mandate. If I'm not supporting what we're doing now that we need to do for good financial practice, I don't think it's a question of consideration. So like heritage is something, it's a small amount, it's once every 140 years. The rest of it, I'm okay with the 4 up top.
Thank you. Councillor Landry.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I'm on the same page as Councillor McDonald. So when you look at the comments that were made by Councillor Gaino with respect to saying, oh, maybe a one-time, well, if I recall, and maybe some of my fellow councillors that were on last term, the 120 that was put towards a mental health nurse was a one-time pilot to kind of lobby and get the province to take that over. And if you see, it's now hidden in our police budget, and which is still there, the 120 on our, we're looking at eventually, I believe, cutting services of our own, whether it's through the building that we're looking at. So the services are going to be depleted, and I feel that in the last little while, everybody that's come for an ask, whether they want 15, they might as well ask for 35,000, because we seem to have been kind of free willy, and I just feel that with respect to our fares, what I support putting those allocated where they belong, not year after year, or they belong there for year after year. But as far as some of these, if we fall in where we jump on these, we're just falling into, it's going to be year after year, they're going to be back to, so again, a thought, but I'm prepared. Again, the Historical Society, it's a one, I understand that part, but the others, it just makes it hard. And one last comment is whether it's the Food Network or the United Way, services, I believe, are crossing the river into Akwesasne, and often you don't see them on the list of contributors versus Prescott Russell or ourselves or the City of Cornwall. So that's something else that should be brought up more and more for equality in contributions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. With regards to the, first of all, I just want to say that, yes, the work of the Social Development Council is very important work, and some of it, like the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan that was mandated by the government, and so that work is being undertaken by the Social Development Council, and is probably something that we need to look at funding. So I think the suggestion on the table is not to say yes or no at this point in time to the Social Development Council or the United Way, but to park it for the moment, and partly because they're large sums of money, and they come with advantages and risks. The advantages that you well pointed out, and then the risks that you just pointed out. But the City of Cornwall has also been made those exact same asks. So the 72 ask is going to Cornwall for the social development, and the 120. They're not going to be managing their budget until February. So at this point in time, we have really no idea where they're going with this, and whether or not they're going to say all in, yes, all out, no, or for the Social Development Council, which is a little bit easier, there's some work that they do that directly benefits the counties and the lower tiers. And so we need to look at that fairly, because if we don't fund them, they'll probably fold, number one, and then the work that they're doing that we benefit from will no longer be done. And who would take that over? And at the end of the day, we'd probably end up having to hire somebody to do it, which would cost probably a lot more than $72,000. Now, I'm not saying we should fund the entire $72,000, but we need more information. We need to get our heads together with the city and decide, you know, what is the practical move here? And I don't think we're ready to answer that question, particularly with the Social Development Council. And the United Way is similar in that the city's being asked for that as well. And maybe a stopgap measure is reasonable, but if there isn't going to be a plan next year, you know, we simply can't keep doing this. So we need to unpack these a little bit, and in order to be able to do that, I would suggest just parking it for the moment, not making those two decisions, and then just deal with the rest of it.
Councillor Gaino, thank you.
Thank you. Through you, my only concern is if we delay these programs and we don't make a decision till, you know, after the City of Cornwall passes their budget, and there's not funding available for these, you know, the most vulnerable people, we're delaying a decision and we're going to let people slip through the cracks. And I understand what you're saying, but what they're asking is for us to fund our portion of the services they provide. So I really think the decision of the City of Cornwall is kind of independent of what's being asked with respect to the last resort fund. I appreciate they went to the same ask to the City of Cornwall, but that's based on the assistance they provide to the residents of the City of Cornwall. We have a duty to consider the funding for the residents in SDG, and I just want to ask, just for clarification, is there still 30,000 in that council reserve that has not been spent, and that's in addition to that 35 that's already been allocated? So there is still $30,000 we haven't allocated in this budget, and I'd like council to consider at least putting that to the last resort fund until we have those bigger conversations with the City of Cornwall. That's kind of the appetite, to at least get us to through the first part of the year for the first part of the program. Thank you.
Yes, through you, Mr. Warden, there is $30,000 currently in the council donations reserve that could be used to offset additional donations.
Thank you for that information. And if I could look at Ms. Russell, just like if you could remind me, please, how much money so far has been to social services, joint services that we must contribute to with the City of Cornwall. Besides do we have that? How much money? And I forget exactly. I'm getting not baffled by it, but social services, the joint services, the shared services. What is that budget? Thank you.
Okay, let me just do a quick calculation with the new reduction, and I'll get back to you.
And the reason why I'm asking that question, ladies and gentlemen, is just to establish not so much a baseline, but I guess a baseline of what we are to contribute to support the social services that we do with Cornwall and SDG. So we have that number to think. Yes, Councillor McDonald.
I get what Councillor Gaydon, I understand what you're saying, but we're going up $1.2 million in 1 year for social services. We just can't keep doing it. I'll go back to Mayor Towndale standing in front of all the press and saying, this happened and it's my fault. It's not his fault. It's the fault of the provincial government and the federal government that they're not coming to the table. They're the ones with the money. What they're doing is they're balancing their books on the back of the municipal taxpayer, and it's got to stop. So if we say we're going to do it one more time, we'll do it a second time. We'll do it a third time. It's gonna. Where does it stop? So and nothing tears up my heartstrings more than that stuff. But we were talking about this. Maybe it was Madam CAO. ODSP hasn't gone up since 2018. So 5 years. So what are we funding? We're funding ODSP. We already fund ODSP through our shared services. So I just, where does it stop? That's my only.
Ms. Russell.
So what was included in the budget for shared services was $11,922,983. With the reduction of the $442,983, we're looking at $11,480,000 now. Is that what you were asking, Councillor?
I believe so. I just wanted to get a handle on that number. Thank you very much. So we do contribute quite a bit to serving those that are in need, those that are suffering more than others, those that need support. This is a good item to be discussing because it's an important item that I do understand both sides, and I do like Councillor McDonald's thought on that we're disregarding our challenges and considering others' challenges before ours. Councillor Densham.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I just want to go back to the Eastern Ontario Agri-Food Network, and I agree with Councillor Williams. It's a really good organization. But again, back to the earlier point I was making, if we look at the Economic Development Fund, we've got memberships and sponsorships have gone up by $21,000 to almost $60,000. We've got business retention and expansion looking at $85,000 more for this year. So my hope is that the Eastern Ontario Food Network if the Economic Development Department feels that it ranks up there with all the other projects, that it would take over that amount, and it would fit within the umbrella of that. Now, I realize I'm kind of springing a bit of a surprise here. So if they feel it's important enough to keep, I'd be okay to put another 10,000 rather than the full 35,000. Put another 10,000 over and allow to support the economic development team taking on the Eastern Ontario Food Network. Because again, I think that's where it belongs. It really is economic development. And if they don't support it, if they don't see it as being a priority, then why are we supporting it? So I just think it belongs in economic development. And like I say, given the fact that it's a bit of a surprise, I'd be tempted to say, let's give 10,000 into it from this over towards economic development so they can knit it in with the rest of their programming.
Thank you for that thought. I'm not sure who was next. I've lost track. And you have your hand up as well? I was quite mesmerized by Councillor Densham. Councillor Williams, Councillor Broad, Councillor Guindos.
Thank you, Councillor Broad, and thank you, Mr. Warden. Just to speak to that, I agree that there's some of these items that really do need to go elsewhere. I imagine you would find that the Economic Development Department, Economic Development and Tourism would probably say that it's important work that gets done. They sit as resources on the committee. They're not members of the board, but they sit as resources. So they know what goes on there. I think the risk of, so you're suggesting only putting $10,000 into the donation?
Well, the other rest of the funding would come out of the economic development budget.
For this year?
For this coming year, yes.
Oh, well, imagine they already had plans for that, which I think the CAO is going to speak to. But the difficulty, if the difficulty of giving them less than 35 are the problems that we're going to end up having with Prescott Russell, because they were, over the last number of years, we gave the last 3 years 25,000, and they were always giving 40,000, and it was always a, what's the expression, a crook in their whatever, that they were giving more, when really the same work gets done in the entire region. So we really, that would be a can of worms we don't really want to open up, to be honest with you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Broad.
Thank you, Warden. Certainly we'll unpack several of the statements and hopefully do so slowly. I like Councillor Densham's ideas of moving these items that we've been discussing into the proper buckets. You know, so the county fairs, you know, think about, there's festivals that go on, and that could be something that tourism looks after. And I like the idea of the Agri Network into the development. But I support the Agri Food Network to fund that for this year. I do agree with Councillor McDonald and Councillor Williams. We sat here and listened to the delegations and discussed the funding the other way in the social committee, and we felt that this was not our responsibility, and we needed to do work to advocate for them through the province, and we need to go do that work. So I don't think we should approve those budgets today. If we park it, defer, that's fine, but we need to have a plan to go ahead and who are we talking to get this on the radar of someone else at the provincial level. And that's what we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Guindos, I believe you had your hand up, then Councillor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. It's actually just been touched upon by my colleagues, but I'll just point out again that there's $30,000 in that council donation fund that we haven't allocated. There's $240,000 of asks here, and I don't know if there's a proposal from anybody as to where it would go. Obviously, I made my pitch. I'd like to see all 30,000 of it going to that last resorts fund. I really do think it'd have the biggest impact for individuals in our community, but I guess I'll leave it up to the other members of council to see how they would like to spend that 30,000.
Thank you, Councillor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, through you. It's tough, eh? You know, they're good causes, the people need this help, but at the same time, you know, the rest of the day, we've been struggling to keep our head above water. And we're now going to borrow $6.5 million, which has never been done before, just to try to do what we need to do. So, I mean, we can't do everything, obviously. And as much as I think, and I'm going to agree with Andrew, that to me, that the $120,000, that request from the last resort was the most worthwhile. I thought that got money to people that needed it. But I'd be willing to put the $30,000 that's left over towards them, but I don't think we should string the others along. I think we should say we don't have the money. I don't think we should say, oh, we're going to defer it, and that's not fair to them either. I think if we're not going to do it, they should need to know if we're going to do it, then fine, we do it. But we don't have the money to do what we need to do, and I think something has to be cut. So it's tough as it is. I'm willing to spend that $30,000, but I wouldn't want to go any more.
I just want to caution everyone that I do believe that we could have the money if we had the stomach. It depends on what we think we can ask of our ratepayers. This is the question. So I don't want people to believe that we don't have the money. It's a decision that we all make. Before I get to Councillor St. Pierre, I'm going to go to our CAO.
Through you, Mr. Warden, I think I was just going to comment to Councillor Densham, the business retention and expansion plan, the 85,000, we had that removed from economic development. So that was part of that motion of council earlier. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. Councillor St. Pierre.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Warden. I don't want to prolong this or keep this going, because I do agree with this. People have made some really great points here today. I do agree that with Councillor Deschamps, that if there's an item that is a continuous being funded year after year, we should move and reallocate that to the various departments. One of the things, and I don't want to complicate the budget, but one of the things I'm just thinking about is, you know, when we give the RIP money, we were proposing a boost up to that. I think $250,000 is sufficient money to hand out. I guess I'm wondering out loud if we reduce the 300 back to the 250 and the 50,000 gets reallocated, or 35 of that gets reallocated to the Ag Food Network, and it stays under the ECDEV umbrella. That way there's no budget hit to that item.
Sorry. Thank you, Councillor
It is still
St. Pierre.
250? Sorry, I thought we went to 300. My bad.
I would get to you. No, I would have gotten to you. Yeah, I saw your hand. But do you have anything to add? Yes, please.
Sorry, Mr. Warden. Thank you. Okay, we're going to talk around this all day.
No,
no,
we're not going to talk about that. I'm almost at the end here, but I'll let you speak.
We have $30,000. I think we need to. I think we should be doing the SDG Historical Society. It leaves us $18,000. We put the $18,000 into the last resort program as a stopgap till we figure out what we're doing, and we fund the Eastern Ontario Agri-Food Network.
You said 12,000 and 35,000. Did you say fund the Eastern Ontario Food Network?
Yes.
You did say that. You said the Historical Society.
Pardon?
You said the Historical Society, fund it.
12 and then 18 to, so we're adding $35,000 to our budget at this point.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so we hit the includes, included in the 2024 draft budget. Everything's comfortable, everyone's comfortable with that. So we do need to put closure to this. I do appreciate Councillor McDonald's thoughts on this. So let's a show of hands on the Historical Society, the Eastern Ontario Agri-Food Network, and the balance of the 30,000 to the last resort. What's unfortunate, it says the minimum request 120,000, but maybe 18,000. To that, Historical Society, Eastern Ontario Agri-Food Network, 18,000 last resort.
Just if I may.
Yes.
I think it's important that we don't, that we make it clear that the Social Development Council ask is being parked.
Yep.
Right? So that's part of this. This isn't a no, because, there's nothing I dislike more than disagreeing with Councillor Lang, because we always agree. Once in a while. But there is work that the Social Development Council does that I think we need to talk about further, that we are going to need to fund because it's work they do for us. So, so that's why I really think we need to park it and come back to it.
I wasn't saying no.
Okay, thank you. And otherwise, I will support that.
When you say park it, Madam Councillor, park it with the money put aside in the budget, or just take it out of what in the future? If they don't decide on their budget until February, what do you suggest? Where do I'm not trying to be hard about it. I'm just trying to understand.
No, understood. Depending on what council decides at the end of the day, after conversations with the City of Cornwall, pull it out of reserves.
Would the same hold true for the last resort program? For either request, you mean?
Depending on where the conversation goes.
Okay, so let's modify this straw poll. SDG, yes, sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. I just want to know how Councillor Williams want to propose how we do this with the City of Cornwall. Would you suggest that maybe our staff talk with the city and within a timeline before their budget, just to make it clear, and to see what they come up with, and they can bring it back to the report back to council here?
I look at Madam CAO for that.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. So it's a very good question and comment. I have had a couple of conversations with Councillor Williams as well, and I have had multiple meetings with the City of Cornwall to try and understand where they are in their budget process. So on the last resort fund and the Social Development Council requests, I'm going to continue to meet with them and understand the status of where they're at with their budgets. And I am happy to work with the City of Cornwall and come back to council later in February once we have a better understanding of where everybody feels the right funding could be, or if we should be funding it. So that is, that's understood.
Thank you for clearing that up. So, again, I'm going to reiterate, SDG Historical Society, $12,000, Eastern Ontario Agri-Food Network, $35,000, $18,000 towards the last resort to finish that $30,000. And then wait for more information concerning the SDC and the last resort program. Are we comfortable with that, ladies and gentlemen? Is there a majority of people that are comfortable with that? Thank you very much. Okay. Is there anything else, Madam CAO?
No, but through you, Mr. Warden, I think perhaps what we should do to assist the clerk is we should put up a list of all of the items that we have made decisions on today. And then if council is good with that, then I think the clerk will look for a motion to amend and approve.
Do you think that would require a few minutes?
5 minutes? Yeah, maybe we could just have a quick couple of minute break to.
Sure, a short 2-minute break.
Yeah.
Which would probably be 5 minutes.
Shall we go through them line by line, or did you want to read out the,
I think we have that information up there, and maybe we'll just go right to Madam Clerk.
So I do have a draft resolution that reflects these changes. It will require a mover and a seconder when you're ready, but the draft resolution does read that the 2024 budget be amended by the following. Decrease the economic development budget by $42,500 by removing the amount for the proposed BR&E plan. Increase the tourism budget by $5,000 to increase sponsorship for the Glengarry Highland Games. Add the additional library services surplus of $132,135 to the library services budget. Remove $60,000 from the administration building budget for the jail washroom project and add a contribution of $40,000 to the building reserve for this project. Increase the council donations budget by $35,000 to fund the Eastern Ontario Agri-Food Network and utilize the $30,000 council donation reserve by funding $12,000 for the SDG Historical Society and $18,000 for the United Way SDG. Reduce the shared services budget by $442,983 and increase OSIF funding revenue by $27,786.
Thank you. I need a mover and a seconder. A mover, Councillor McDonald, Councillor Gaindel, seconder. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
And then through you, Mr. Warden, there is one final motion that will need a mover and seconder as well. It's just to approve the 2024 budget as amended.
A mover and a seconder, Councillor McGillis, and a mover, Councillor McGillis, seconder, Councillor Landry.
And it reads that the Council of the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry approve the 2024 budget as amended.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. I want to thank everyone for your patience as I muddled my way through that, but with your support, we got to it. And thank you to staff, thank you to directors, thank you to everyone that was involved in this, especially Ms. Russell at the end, quickly tallying up numbers. That, and I'm sorry, I don't know the lady's name.
Sarah's been working behind the scenes, getting all the numbers together.
And thank you to behind the scenes, Sarah. It's quite a handle. But I want to thank everyone for their patience as we got through this today. There were challenges and there were good discussions and good differing views on how we need to manage the taxpayers' dollars. And the residents of SDG should be quite comfortable that there's such a competent group in front of me, and I appreciate that. So, saying all that, Madam Clerk, a resolution for adjournment.
We'll do the ratification bylaw first. It's moved by Councillor Broad, seconded by Councillor Gaindon, that bylaw number 5429, being a bylaw to adopt, confirm, and ratify matters dealt with by resolution, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
All those in favor? Opposed, seeing none, it's carried. And then the next one?
It's moved by Councillor Gaindon, seconded by Councillor Broad, that the meeting be adjourned.
All those in favor? Opposed, seeing none, that's carried.